Okay. Good morning, members of the Governor's Data Center Advisory Committee. Welcome to your seventh of these sessions. Actually, I should say the first of your conversations and deliberations for your preliminary findings report. So, welcome, welcome. Welcome to all of those that are joining us in the webinar as well. Just to be sure everybody's clear on the process. Unlike past meetings, this is really a review, a opportunity for the committee to reflect. We are all online today for a variety of reasons, but we chose that it would either be better to be all online or all in person. All in person wasn't possible, so here we are, all online. Let me turn this over to Mike and Margie, our co-chairs, see if there's anything you want to start off with. Then we can review the agenda and get started with the review leading to your preliminary findings.
Well, thank you everyone for being so patient. We have endured several sessions, better part of a half year, digging into the facts, gathering the evidence, collecting the data, and learning everything that we could in our data center university setting. And today is the day that we've all been looking forward to, is our opportunity to begin turning our attention to synthesizing, to digesting, to making sense out of all that data and trying to turn that into useful information that we can eventually act upon. So just gratitude to all those who have participated in all of our meetings, especially to our presenters who've taken time out of their lives to help educate us, to all of our liaisons in government and in the stakeholder community, all of our attendees who joined us online. Many of you, I think, have sat through perhaps every moment of our meetings so far. We wish we could give you a sticker for that participation, and if we could, we would. And to the staff support, everyone who's been working furiously behind the scenes to keep the trains running on time, to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. We here on the committee are the ducks floating gracefully across the water, perhaps, but there is a lot of furious paddling happening underneath, and we owe a big debt of gratitude to everyone who's been working behind the scenes.
Thank you, Mike. My name is Margie Hoffman. I'm the other co-chair, and just want to welcome everybody for joining us today. We mentioned this at the last meeting. It was really important to do our work transparently and in public, and so I'm really excited about the meeting today, where we will walk through what we've learned so far and start to have conversations about how we move from fact-finding to making recommendations to the governor. So I'm really excited for this conversation. Do want to note, you're going to hear us iterating in real time. And so welcome any comments that you have that can be submitted via email based on the conversation that you're hearing and suggestions that you would like to see inserted into the preliminary findings report, which will be issued in early September. I do want to note that our public record, that email address, we're accepting public comments on anything that you would like to comment on prior to the issuance of the preliminary findings report through this Friday, April 7th, or August, it's not April, feels like April, August 7th. So if there's something you hear today that you want to make sure we know about as we begin to draft that report, I look forward to hearing from you. And that email address we'll post in the chat. It's datacenter.alphacharlie@oregon.gov. But thanks again for being here, and thanks to Donna and the facilitation team for supporting.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. All right, while we're on that roll, why don't we just go ahead and introduce everybody else, and then we can review the overall charge and today's goal. So, Bill, let's start with you.
Okay. All right. Maybe just a quick process note. And my effort to get home last night failed. So I'm in Charlotte in the Hilton. And I noticed my internet is okay, but not perfect. So raise your hand if I'm hanging up. It has shown a little bit of a weakness so far. So anyway, we're going to cross our fingers. Donna, each time we've gotten together, has said this: talk like you're right, listen like you're wrong, and I would say that admonition, important as it is, hasn't been that important. We've been learning together, and it's been easygoing, I think, fair to say. And maybe now it's really important. And I've been thinking a little bit about that admonition. For me, anyway, it is easy to listen like I'm wrong. It's a little hard to talk like you're right because this issue is so complicated and moving so fast. But I think it's still the right admonition. I think at this inflection point, it's particularly important. So it's on my mind. Thanks, and good to see y'all.
Thank you, Bill. Greg, let's go with you.
Great. Well, good to see everyone. I'm Greg Dotson, and I teach law at the University of Oregon School of Law. You know, wanted to just take 1 second to say an important aspect of this is something we haven't talked about that much, which is what's happening at with the federal government. You know, it was a year ago, July 2025, that the president issued an executive order on data centers. And the point was to sort of steamroll opposition, steamroll barriers to those facilities, to build, to have a rapid, to prioritize a rapid build out of AI data centers. And it provided taxpayer dollars to these facilities. It told EPA to expedite clean water and clean air permits. It opened up federal lands for data center construction, and it said we're going to bypass reviews for these by using categorical exclusions. And categorical exclusions have been used if you want to paint a ranger station. You don't have to assess the impacts of that because it's so menial. And yet these are the largest facilities that are currently being built in the US. And it's just, it's somewhat shocking. We're going to hear, this is just an important backdrop because, you know, as we talk about it, we'll talk about the need for greater electricity in the state. And we have, you know, many people are familiar with the One Big Beautiful Bill Act because it closed rural hospitals and cut nutritional assistance and gave the wealthiest American tax breaks, but it also cut incentives for clean energy. And so we're seeing a reduction in energy projects right now. There's been this active effort there was 15 gigawatts of offshore wind in the pipeline for construction. And the administration just gone after that hammer and tong, and a lot of that's gone away. Most of it's gone away. Um, and for onshore wind, we saw a decision to impose something like 6 permit approvals necessary at the secretarial level. And so we're going to hear, you know, we have talked about how people are frustrated that BPA can't build advanced transmission projects in as quickly as we want. And the administration used the DOGE process to fire hundreds of BPA employees. I think they've tried to hire them back, but I don't think they've been completely successful. And in Congress, we're really seeing, you know, that we're really seeing nothing here to sort of be thoughtful about it. There's a Ratepayer Protection Act, so-called Ratepayer Protection Act that's advancing in the House. It doesn't apply to Oregon. It wouldn't do anything in Oregon. And so I mention all these things not because I'm like, I'm just trying to, I just think it's important to realize that there are some really powerful forces that are not here talking about this right now that are really just sort of get gung-ho on data centers, regardless of the impacts. You know, I didn't even mention EPA changed their pollution rules so that electricity generation for data centers aren't subject to the rules that other facilities are. I mean, it's really something. Anyway, all that is to say, it doesn't mean that data centers aren't important, don't have an important role in our society. What I am saying this to indicate is that the states have a very important role right now in ensuring that these things are properly cited and that consumers are protected, people who live by them are protected, and the environment's protected. And so anyway, I just think this committee has an important role, and I hope that context is important, and I'm sorry to drone on.
Okay. Glad to hear it. Thank you so much, Greg. We really appreciate that. Let's move that now to Dan and then to Jean for introductions today.
Good morning, everyone. As I like to say it, Dan Dorn from the legendary Umatilla County. The following up a little bit on some of the comments this morning, the first thing I want to do is thank the governor for a very thoughtful committee. I think that it has she has brought 7 very different views to the table. Everything, as Greg just talked about, a lot of policy wonkiness on energy, other areas of water, people that have specific policy backgrounds and process. Margie and Michael have just done an excellent job of trying to herd these cats through the last 8 months during let's just admit it, it's somewhat of a tornado on decision making and application and reality of data centers right now. I've always kind of presented my views as some of what lived experiences are, and also with a very wide open eyes to the statewide implications. And with that said, I think it's very important as we walk through these next steps is how do we blend or mend or knead together the very, very positive effects that are happening in Oregon because of data centers, especially at the local levels, infrastructure that would have never been built if it wasn't for taking the opportunity for a emerging industry. And I think it is still a very much an emerging industry. We've had difficulties. Even, do you call it industry? Do you call it manufacturing? Is it an infrastructure? Is it a pipeline of information gathering? So history will look back and define what we're dealing with. But I think that as we have these deliberations and discussions, that there needs to be, and I think we've seen that, and there's no doubt in my mind that foundationally it has had several very big positive aspects at the very local level, regional level, and even applications at the state level. So I'll leave it at that and say thank you to all of this cohort, because it's been an amazing ride, and I don't believe that anything we do from here on is going to be easy. We've absorbed a lot of information, and I think the reality is that when you really get down to finding facts versus what you read in the paper or what you hear at the dinner table, there's a huge difference. So thank you to everybody.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. And let's move to Jean. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Jean Wilson, based in Portland, long-term renewable energy developer for a few decades. As I sit here looking outside, it's pretty bleak in terms of the atmosphere, very hazy. The sun is a very dark orange. So the effects of the fires have made their way to Portland. I know Dan has been dealing with them out in Eastern Oregon for quite some time. And when you think about these really tangible effects of climate change and how we're not taking care of our environment, all of the things that Greg mentioned earlier really resonate in terms of things that we need to be dealing with. So this committee is, I think, timely in many ways, and hopefully will put forth some really interesting suggestions for how to manage going forward data center development in the state in a environmentally friendly, consumer friendly manner.
Excellent. All right, thank you, Jean. And for folks just joining, I don't think I introduced myself. I'm Donna Silverberg, as you can see on the screen here. I'm a mediator and facilitator located in the Upper Hood River Valley. We have a fire that's a little close to us as well right now, so if I keep looking down, I'll be checking that little watch duty map. So as we get started here, I just want to remind folks that the purpose of this advisory committee was to identify better ways to balance the different needs in the state in terms of the charge from the governor. She asked that you focus on a number of different issues, specific issues: land use, energy, water, workforce and economic development, and then spread into a little bit more on some of the other issues that we heard about as we went through. And so today we had 6 different topic focused meetings before today. Today, what the committee is doing is going to be reviewing each or at least in pods here of the committee members have a particular topic, particular meeting that they're going to recap the issues, what was learned, and then the group is going to move into a conversation about, what did they hear, what's missing, what are they thinking at this point, what's known, what's not known. That will be eventually put into the preliminary findings document that they were talking about earlier. So 6 topic focused sessions, 2 public listening sessions so far. Another one is scheduled for September, and heard a lot of information. I think we've had over 750 comments at this point from the public, just written comments, more in terms of the public comment that came at the listening sessions. So it's been really engaged and engaging. If all of you have been watching the news and the press, it's been a daily, at least one, if not many, of the articles that have been thoughtfully written on this subject. So I want to thank the committee who's volunteered their time to do all of this work together. You've been a tremendous group to be working with this over the last, as somebody said, 7-8 months. And looking forward to hearing what you all have to say today. Okay? So, as I say, each of these committee members have reviewed the summaries that were made of the topics. They're going to give us a bit of a recap. As someone has said already, this has been put up as the data center data center university. Now is the time for the reports from the students in the seminar to hear what it is they think, and then to have that conversation. So with that, I am going to turn this back to, I think, let's see, we've got, you all have talked about the session protocol, so we don't need to do that anymore. I will say that what this committee has not been is a place for, it's been a place for interrogating information, but not for litigating it. And I have really appreciated the tone that all of you have taken during these conversations, both the committee members and the people who have joined online, and all of the speakers who have come in. It's been really a great way to learn the information that everybody needs to have. So with that, I think I'm going to turn this over to you, Margie. I think you and Dan are our first ones up. Is that right, for the economic and workforce issues? She's trying to unmute
I'm going to start by unmuting myself.
Okay, good.
So yeah, I think each of us may have a different way of walking through the information, but I just wanted to highlight, Dan and I went back through the facilitator summary that was posted online and pulled out some pieces of information that we thought were really relevant moving forward. And then we developed a list of questions based on the information that was presented to the committee and other things that we've learned through the document library. And I mean, we've probably all collectively read 1,000 articles about and reports about data center development, not only here in Oregon, but also throughout the country. And so just tried to distill the information into identification of those data gaps that we have related to workforce and economic development. So Dan, if it's okay, I'll just kind of walk through what we have, and then you definitely come off mute and jump in as you'd like to. Also, committee members, this is an open conversation, so feel free to jump in. Donna.
Hey, Margie, I realized one thing I neglected to say is that If folks have been following along, they note that Tim Miller is not here today. And that when we were trying to schedule this particular meeting, which had been not on the schedule originally, this was the only meeting that had only one person that couldn't make it. So unfortunately, we missed Tim today. He had a prior commitment that he couldn't change, and he may be listening from somewhere. We're not sure, but he will be watching this after. So just wanted to let everybody know that. Okay, take it away, Margie.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Donna. Okay, so we kicked off the day with Data Center University and kind of Data Center 101 with Jeff Omelchuk, who is the retired executive director of an organization called Infrastructure Maintenance Masons. And I think what he really talked about is like, what kinds of data centers do we have here in Oregon? And what stuck out to me is that he said the state's data center ecosystem, which we have had reported to us as somewhere between 123 and 144 facilities over the course of our work, includes mostly internet exchange and telecom sites in the Portland-Hillsboro area, as well as the cloud and hyperscale in the Boardman-Umatilla area. We've heard that a whole array of services that these facilities are providing to people, everything from 911 communications up and down the entire West Coast, not just here in Oregon, but up and down the entire West Coast, to hospital infrastructure, to, cloud database to store information for small, medium, and large businesses in the state, and then providing, Amazon services, Netflix services, and things like that to customers. And so it is a huge, broad range of the types of services that are being provided by the data centers here in Oregon. And a lot of what we talk about is AI related, but that was something that felt important for me to remember, at least, as we go through thinking about what a regulatory framework might look at. Then we heard from a staff member of a tribe, and this is the first time we started to really hear about concerns related to information privacy and how hard it is to get information about data centers, particularly because of non-disclosure agreements that people have to enter into as they're negotiating those deals. And so it feels like this is a theme that has come up. Mike has pointed out a number of times you can't manage what you can't measure. So having some sort of disclosure database and transparency and reporting feels really important to us to even have a foundational set of information to understand what's happening, and then where do we go from here? Prineville City Manager Steve Forrester he was one of our speakers that described the impact, particularly to rural Oregon, and something that stood out for me is the city's shift from 20% unemployment when timber mills were lost to around 6% since data centers arrived. So the resulting increase in wages has leapt from near worst in the state to now second to only Washington County. And I think that really highlights for me the economic opportunity that smart data center growth provides, particularly in our rural communities. We heard from a rancher who talked about infrastructure investments that happen outside of the long-term enterprise zone agreements, particularly in one county cited, $54 million in property taxes and then a $700 million local water infrastructure investment for the region. And so I think even there we have these enterprise zone agreements that are being entered into with data centers, and the end result of that is publicly posted. So it lays out those investments that companies are agreeing to invest in lieu of paying whatever property taxes have been abated. But then there are other investments that are happening in these communities that are generational investments and likely wouldn't happen but for a partner like a data center in a community that aren't being captured in those community benefit agreements that are publicly posted. We've also heard a lot about jobs. There are too many jobs that are created, not enough. Usually what we hear is like these data centers don't deserve any tax breaks because they don't create enough jobs. So another thing that stuck out to me, and I would say like we still don't, we know what direct jobs are reported to Business Oregon, but we have also heard a number of times there are other ancillary services that are created that are equivalent to full-time employment, but those are not reported because they don't work full-time for the entity. And so I think the Echo Northwest study started to get into this, but it also reminded me, like Mark Morgan from City of Hermiston used geofencing, and he did an analysis of 6 operational hyperscale sites in Hermiston, and he found that there were on average 350 to 7, or a range of 350 to 700 individuals who frequented each operational site over a year, around 400 on-site personnel that were averaging 7 hours per day, and 62% of those lived locally, while 33% of them came from that Tri-Cities area. People are coming to Oregon to work in Oregon but live out of state. So those are some of the identification of benefits that have been provided, particularly in our rural communities. We also heard from Mark Browning at Blue Mountain Community College that they have a stackable credential. Or sorry, they do not have that. But he talked about the workforce program that they created to support the data center workforce and how people keep getting hired out of that program and they're not finishing. So he was recommending things like stackable credentials, high school dual credit, and scholarship support to reduce debt barriers and improve completion rates. They serve a 6-county region. So I think there's maybe a body of work around workforce development programs that might be important for the committee to consider. We heard from Robert Camarillo of the Oregon State Building and Construction Trades about, and we saw this again in that reflected in the Echo Northwest report that was presented at our last meeting, the importance of this particular development that's happening in the state right now for the construction industry. And we've heard a lot about, somebody said we should be creating high value jobs, not low value jobs. And that language made me really apprehensive, just because if you talk to, we've heard in public comment from a number of tradespeople who have been employed for years on end because of the continued construction in the data center industry, and they're making really good wages. So that stuck out to me as well in this. Okay, so let me click over to another page where we compiled the major questions that we had after reviewing that. Okay, so you'll hear this a lot so I was tasked with focusing on a couple of different areas of this, and I think you'll hear reflected in my questions a lot. Here's something that we heard, and if it's something that we need to do something about, what is the state's role in particular? Is there a state interest in, should the state be kind of quote unquote the point of regulation, or should this fall elsewhere? So I might be repetitive in this, but the first thing that we pulled out was early in the process, we heard from tribal government staff, community members, that community benefits agreements and the process to develop them should be more open and transparent and include a public process. Data center community benefits agreements, as articulated in the enterprise zone agreement process, are conducted and entered into by local jurisdictions that would abate taxes. Is there a role for the state to play, or should development of these agreements remain in local control? And what specific recommendations should the committee consider making consider to make the process more transparent and open to that public participation. I think this was reflected not just in this session, but we heard this widely, like the public needs to be involved in these processes. Any conversation about that one? Right track, wrong track? Thoughts?
I'll chime in. As I think about these community benefit agreements, I can't help but have the feeling that, the intention is admirable. And I think by and large, to the extent that these community benefit agreements have been utilized, they've done some good. Where I feel like there might be a gap, maybe an opportunity, is that, we've learned that each of these CBA's, community benefit agreement, happens around a specific project, but there's also activity that happens outside of, for example, maybe the first building gets built and there's a CBA that happens with that one. The next building gets built or the next campus gets built, there's a CBA that happens with that one. There may be infrastructure that benefits both that doesn't have a CBA under which to fall. And that seems to me to be a bit of a blind spot on our part as a state, which is that we might have some line of sight into the CBAs, but we don't have a good picture about what's happening outside of the CBAs. And we don't know if it's a lot. We don't know if it's enough. We don't know if it's commensurate to the need. And that, for me, is one opportunity, I think, is for us, as we have, I think all of us have a list of the things that we wish we knew more, had more data on, had more information on. That seems to me to be one, which is what could we do as a state to capture the things that are happening outside of these CBAs. Second, I think the CBAs have been,
and CBA is
community benefit agreement.
Thanks.
Right. They've all been somewhat bespoke, maybe, and to the extent that there's, at this point, we've got enough experience that there should be best practices. I'm not saying that we should template these, but I think that there is enough learning that we've achieved at the grassroots level, at the community level, that maybe there's a role for the state to help facilitate the next round of these kind of negotiations. To empower our communities to know what is the best available practice, and that seems like another role that the state could play. The communities, I wouldn't question in my mind that communities have this local control responsibility, but maybe the state can facilitate through some sort of knowledge sharing or facilitation mechanism, technical assistance, whatever you want to call it, to help our communities to stand more toe to toe, because every time they go into a negotiation with a developer, that developer has done 100 negotiations in 100 different communities. This community that might be their first one, and so I think we can help our communities to negotiate from a more level playing field.
Yeah, I would add to that, Mike. Also, we have seen examples in other states as we've been doing our research of I guess you wouldn't call them community benefits agreements, but sort of ancillary benefits agreements that provide statewide useful things statewide, such as a data center developer paying for distributed generation and distributed batteries that can enhance the grid and allow us to use more of the existing grid rather than having to always build new transmission lines and things like that. So I think there are state level benefits that we haven't addressed programmatically that could be really useful in addition to community specific benefits.
Good.
I'll jump in on that.
Yeah.
I agree with what everybody has been saying. It's sort of and it's particularly the point that we just don't, as Michael said, have really enough information to understand. I think as you look at it from our recommendations for the state level, it's really hard to sort of second guess any local decision about any specific project or benefit agreement that they want to do. I think you want to empower them to make the best decisions that they can. And I think you have to think about this a little bit in terms of how it relates to state policies. And I know we'll get to that more when we get into sort of state economic incentives, but to the extent um, you have a local determination to not pay a state tax, and then that facilitates local agreements. There are being trade-offs associated with that intermix local and state concerns.
Greg, can I ask a clarifying question? When you said that there's an agreement that doesn't pay state tax,
Well, in fact, we'll talk about that, I guess, when we get into the education. I was trying to
Okay.
avoid getting into the state support fee, the school support fee right away. But my my point is just essentially that some of these equities are intermixed, and so you kind of want to think about them together. And I don't, it's interesting that some of the benefits that one of our panelists said later in the process was essentially that they didn't have to put funding through the local electeds to do projects. And that's, usually our sort of local electeds are kind of the front line of figuring out what democracy warrants and prioritizing resources. And so I thought that was an interesting aspect that maybe we'll talk about more in a little bit. But and then the other point I just wanted to make, not related specifically to the CBA point, is Eco Northwest's analysis really cemented for me the way these construction projects are providing ongoing employment for construction workers. Which is I think we hear that and you believe it, but you don't really know what it means. But then you see the actual numbers and you see that I think it was it was 3, almost 4% of the economy in certain counties in the eastern part of the state. And that's because, yes, it's a short-term project and it's built, but then there's another one behind it, and another one behind it. And I think that is an interesting part of it to think about. Unlike I think it was around 6 or 7% of the economy based on um, operation of data centers in, say, Umatilla County or Morrow County. Um, which would continue regardless with just the existing facilities. That's an extra wrinkle in construction.
Anyone else on that point?
I'll just note that I think this question of state benefit and local benefit, or state interest and local interest, is going to be one of the themes that runs throughout our day today. And um, for me anyway, being really cognizant of where we have a state interest, greenhouse gas targets, a grid that works for everybody, these things that are very much state interests. I'll hope that we can really focus on, and where the local government is in the best position to take on local benefits feels like the place where the local government should focus. But getting that right is something that I think will run through our day to day.
I think all great comments, and obviously we all heard the same thing. Maybe we heard them a little bit differently, but one of the things I'd like to point out is Eastern Oregon communities have not only experienced and benefited and had the challenges of data centers, but we have the lived truth of renewable projects that have very similar benefits as data centers. And so a huge experience there on those type of developments, like Greg was mentioning. Those developments came in and left. I mean, you would build a wind farm and leave, or a solar farm and leave. This thread discussion of continued employment, I think, is the major differentiator between renewable projects and data centers that are clustered, for sure. The tax breaks are very similar on the background. The amount of early construction jobs is similar. Community benefits are probably a little less in renewable projects, but negotiable the same way. So it's not it. I think what we've learned is this is a very dissimilar industry with very similar backgrounds and history. And I was glad that Greg brought out the continuous construction jobs. My 12-year-old granddaughter is playing softball with a construction worker's daughter that they went to first grade together, and they're still living in town doing the same construction jobs as they were when they started. So I think that's a great point to bring out. I'm glad that Greg did bring that up.
One more topic that I just want to reinforce is that this from our first session, one of my notes that I jotted down to myself was on data center gravity, and the concept that a concentration of these facilities has impacts on how we ought to think about this. Of course, there's and there are pros and cons. But I think conceptually, Margie, you mentioned this, which was once there is a kind of a critical mass, there is the opportunity for ongoing employment, economic opportunity, as kind of the refurbished cycle and the construction cycle, as that critical mass continues to generate its own gravity. That for me was an important learning. What I think might be a bit of a gap on our side is that the concentration of these facilities may introduce impacts that we might not consider or have the tools to consider in the same way. For example, like if we evaluate each project on its own independent standalone merits, a question in my mind is, are we missing something perhaps because we're not seeing it in the context of the concentration of these facilities? Particularly in my mind, and I'll talk about this a little bit on the water topic, but when it comes to like resources that are physically kind of concentrated, like water resources, it seemed to me out of that first meeting that being better able to understand and manage data center gravity, both its advantages and disadvantages, was a takeaway for me.
Okay. I'm just capturing that on my list.
And we have it both like locally, like there are clusters in Oregon, but we also have it as a state. Oregon is one of the original, the OGs, so to speak, for the data center sector. That infrastructure came to Oregon early. We heard this a couple of times in different meetings that a lot of industry players see Oregon as the test bed, not the test bed, the innovation center. The place where like good ideas are born that then get propagated around the industry. And so they come to Oregon because Oregon is a place where this kind of innovation can happen. A lot of that innovation, I think, is to the benefit of sustainability and environmental responsibility, which I think is a good thing. And because we have that sort of data center gravity as a state, it feels to me at least that we have an additional responsibility to exercise and be responsible at it.
Okay. Awesome. So I captured, how do we capture investments just based on everyone's comments? How do we capture investments that are happening outside of CBAs? Should we develop best practices for developing the CBAs? Mike's point about the concentration of facilities, Jean's point about out-of-state examples of ancillary benefit service agreements that we should consider embedding in regulatory framework development for Oregon. So I've got all of that captured. Moving down to the next thing that Dan and I identified, and it's funny because Mike and Jean, you both, like, you perfectly led into the next question too, based on your comments. But we heard a lot come up, the need for technical assistance, and particularly for local jurisdictions entering into agreements with these huge technology companies. This was identified in multiple different meetings by multiple different people. So some communities have the tools that they need, they have the skill sets that they need, they're very confident in entering into these agreements, and other communities may not have that. And what we also have learned is there's this like unofficial sharing of information, like communities that have done this a lot or counties that have done this a lot are very open with other counties who are particularly interested in kind of recruiting this kind of development or entering into these kinds of agreements with people who could move in. Um, so that unofficial sharing is happening already, but I'll just read what we put together. The need for technical assistance for local jurisdictions entering into an agreement was identified in multiple meetings. Currently, multiple state agencies can provide limited technical assistance to local governments if requested. Is there a role for the state to increase the technical assistance resources available to communities negotiating with large companies? And if so, what would that look like? Who would provide the resource? How would the state pay for the services? Would that be most effective to embed in a state agency, or is there a role for a public-private partnership to most effectively deliver the service? What specific structures should the committee consider in developing recommendations? So we tried to kind of go back through all the different facilitator summaries and capture each piece of what we heard in those. The next question we've heard a lot about requirements to decommission data centers at the end of their useful life. This one I feel torn on, and it made me curious about what practices do we have for requiring the decommissioning of other types of development. We're seeing proposals for unused commercial office space to now start housing servers. And from a resource perspective, if that already has the energy necessary and has the water necessary associated with that, that might be a really smart reuse because we're not further expanding and impacting land. Maybe not, but if we're requiring the decommissioning of the facilities, then that turnover may or may not happen. And it may be a good thing to require decommissioning. So I think there's a set of questions in here around what is the standard practice already? And are data centers different enough that we might want to suggest a requirement that they have a decommissioning plan before getting permits in the state or before, signing a land use agreement or something like that. So there's a question about that. Then we go into workforce training programs and pulled out the recommendations from Mark Browning and just inserted those on, are there training programs administered through community colleges and union apprenticeship programs adequate to address the workforce needs? If not, why not? And what specifically is the state's role in addressing the need? And then last but not least, this gets into the R&D point that somebody made earlier. Currently, many data centers in Oregon not only provide services to customers, but also serve as research and development facilities to test innovations and technologies that make more efficient use of power and water resources. What is the value of this existing cluster of technology R&D in Oregon and the region? And what, if anything, should the state's role be in catalyzing this economic development opportunity? And those are the questions that we had around workforce and economic development. So if there's anything we're missing, please let me know. I'm happy to add it.
I have a couple of thoughts, not to be added, but I would like to hear if there is a reason for decommissioning. What I'm familiar with decommissioning of nuclear power plants, because you obviously have waste issues you need to deal with. If you close a RCRA facility, you have to deal with hazardous waste issues. I don't see all that as the same thing for data centers. So I do have questions about what that exactly means. Are we tearing it down? I mean, you have a facility that's built that has a connection to the grid that could be very valuable to others. It's a large space, presumably flexible. So anyway, I'd be interested to know what that means. I actually look at it a different way and wonder Well, we know that on average, these facilities are turning over the interiors every 5 years as they put in new chips. Is that a moment in time that policy should recognize in some way and respond to? And by that I mean, we heard presenters from data centers say that the next generation of data centers are going to be much better, more efficient, more load flexible, um, maybe use less water, these kinds of things. Well, it seems like that's great for new data centers, but what about the existing ones? And is a point where you're having what it might be a multi-billion-dollar investment to upgrade the interior, is that a point in which they should say, hey, maybe we should be considering different things here that go beyond sort of our just an upgrade of the chips? I'm not sure how you capture that, and who would be the person that would do that? Is it just something you ask them to look at? I don't know the answer to those kinds of questions, but to me, that might be a whole, not only would that be better for the facility, potentially, it'd be better for the grid, better for the community. Um, I mean, I even left out the fact that maybe the next generation data centers don't have diesel generators, so maybe it's an opportunity to actually stop using those. Or so anyway, I think there's a whole set of questions there that might be worth exploring too, that could also create economic opportunities for the community as those upgrades happen.
And as I'm hearing you say that, Greg, it sounds like you're saying those are questions that are for another time, because those were not questions that you all got presented. Or are you saying, I have these questions now, and I'd like to ask people to provide public input into that in this period between here and there?
Yeah, it flows on. For me, it just flows on from decommit. If you're saying we're going to ask about decommissioning, well, okay, what is the basis for that? But also, there's another question, which is if you just say our only point of engagement is when this facility ultimately shuts down in 30 years, well, actually, maybe there's moments for engagement earlier that make a lot of economic sense.
Great. Okay. All right. So I've got 3 more hands up. We've got about 7 more minutes until we're supposed to shift to our next topic. So I want to encourage you all as this is the economic development and workplace period. So think about that as you're making comments, making sure they're fitting in here. Dan, Jean, Bill.
Just real quickly, maybe staying on what Greg, on the path Greg was going on with his questions, gets tied back into what Margie was talking about. Either, you guys know I hate to say this, an agency embedded group, but a standalone group that focuses on this. Maybe that is part of the discussion of that statewide group or whatever group, team, pseudo outfit gets put together. That what Greg was just driving at is part of that discussion is especially on the economic development side or even the benefits side. So I mean, we heard that on one of our tours that a facility had maxed out, not because of anything other than the density of the chips, because it was an early facility, didn't have enough power to drive it, the new chip, so it was not fully engaged, but still being used. So maybe that's something that an independent agent or group could at least catalog that so that you had some background.
Great. Good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan. Jean, and then Bill.
Yeah, just a short comment related to the decommissioning question. I think here in Oregon, we have some very good parallels that we can learn from the renewable energy space, with large scale wind and solar projects generally being required to post a bond or a corporate creditworthy parent guarantee to literally return the land to what it looked like before the project was built. And that could be, 30 years out, but those bonds have to be in existence before the project is permitted to be built. We could look at something similar there, even if, for example, in a wind project, 30 years out, you may not want to just dismantle it because you do have an interconnection, you do have foundations. Maybe you want to repower it with the newest generation of wind turbines, but you still have that backstop for decommissioning.
Nice. Great. Thank you, Jean. Bill.
Really just sorry, I'm getting some message here. Just a +1 or +2 maybe now on Greg's point on decommissioning. These data centers are clearly getting better and better and better when they're changing out. That seems like a shame not to take advantage of that improvement. When you substantially change a power plant, you face new regulations when you do that. It's not a simple process. Exploring further. Margie also mentioned, what about workforce training? I just remember quite clearly the workforce training person, community college said, we can't keep people in our programs because they're getting hired up by data centers. So that's a problem to think through. How do we build a program that holds the employees so that they can also get those upper level jobs in data centers? So I do think thinking through that training process is something that we ought to be doing as well. Thanks.
Terrific. Okay. So Morgie and Dan, were there any other points you want to highlight at this point? Anything else you want to say to wrap us up on that session 1, workforce development and economic development? It's been a good conversation.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think for me it just sticks out like the complexity of what we have in front of us. I think about I've spent a lot of time working in rural communities in particular, and to see some of the numbers of like the level of investments that have happened in these communities is those are generational investments. Those are difference makers in pulling people out of providing pathways out of poverty, providing the opportunity for home ownership, for generational wealth building. And so we hear a lot from people about a lot of the concerns over data centers, and I too hold a lot of those concerns. But I think it was important for me to kind of go through what we heard from some of these communities, particularly on the rural side, to just understand what this level of investment has meant for those communities as we do the work of balancing what the state's interests are and how we remain good stewards of our natural resources as we're looking at, intelligent ways to. Because our charge, I think this goes back to the moratorium question that we've talked about before. We hear a lot about like put in place a moratorium from some folks. And that was not our charge. Our charge was to look at if this type of economic development is going to continue in the state. How do we do that in a way that we are good stewards of air, land, water, and tax resources? So I just thought this was a really interesting piece to hold as we, kind of lay out all the other considerations that we have before us.
Nice.
I guess the other portion that I would add is how focused the discussions have been at every level on the impact, not only the local impacts, but the local input. And I think that's always great to keep in front of mind too. So
that the local input is vital to any decisions that get made.
Yeah, and the local impact.
Yeah. Okay. Great. All right. Yeah, nice connection there, Margie, to the work that you did with the Farmers Conservation Alliance of seeing those connections for this particular one. So thank you for
and
that.
As rural development director for USDA, that was my job, was to look at rural economic and community development.
Right.
To understand opportunities for different communities. Like, we always say, like, you've been to one local community. Congratulations, you've been to a local community. You've been to one. They're all very different. And yet there are similarities that we've seen for those communities that have welcomed this particular type of development. And so I just, again, it's not the only factor by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it highlights the gravity of the decisions that we have to make in front of us as a community, or as a committee, and as a community.
And as a community, as members of communities, right? Yeah, good. Okay. Well, excellent. Well done. It's 10:01, so we're right on time. Very good conversation. Thank you for setting it up for us, Margie and Dan. And now, if you're ready, with your permission, committee members, let's move on to water. Are you
I
ready?
just want to note for the record, for the first time since we started this, we're actually like done with agenda item number one at the time we had for agenda item number one. So this bodes well.
Yes, it bodes very well. Good.
I'm going to go
Next.
ahead and blow that up, which is to say, if anyone needs a break because they just, had their coffee and need to release the byproducts or anything like that, feel free to come and go. I don't think we ought to take that break, because it's not in the agenda, but I did want to acknowledge that biology is reality.
Biology is reality. That's awesome. All right, good. Thank you. And Mike, I think you're next. You're
Yes, I'm up.
ironically leading us to the water issues.
That was not planned, but it's funny. All right, so water. I'm tempted to go through the long list of folks that we had present to us on Water Day. It's a really long list, and I think this reflects, we felt really ambitious after our first meeting. Like, we can ingest all of this. It was a ton of folks. That list is available online on our website for folks who want to review it. I'll just kind of cluster them together so that we can move more quickly to the learnings. But let me begin with my takeaways. So a couple of high-level thoughts that I took away from our water meeting. First, I learned that water is energy, and energy is water when it comes to data centers. That they are fundamentally fungible, because water is used for cooling, and the alternative to cooling with water is to use more energy. And so energy policy ends up becoming water policy, and water policy ends up becoming energy policy when it comes to data centers. It's, in my experience, pretty interesting and unique, because these are different policy buckets, and the people who work on those issues tend to not interact as much as they might in this data center nexus. The second is, what's the saying? All politics is local. When it comes to water, all water is local. And while on one level, data center usage of water for cooling is, it looks like a big number when you just look at like the total number of gallons. But then when you look at it in the context of all the water that we use for irrigation and for industry and everything in Oregon, data centers end up becoming a pretty small part of that big picture. But at the same time, in the local situation, because all water is local, it can be significant. And so it's challenging to have both of those be true at the same time. That from a water quantity perspective, data centers might not in aggregate be all that big, but on a local level, it can be significant. Both can be true, and often are. The other thing that I took away was that water quantity is, I think, what a lot of people think of when it comes to data center use of water. I mean, obviously that's if you're going to use water, you have to get it from somewhere, and that is the water rights, water allocation in Oregon is by and large it's all been allocated. There is no new water in Oregon to get, and so data centers need to work within the existing allocations of water to do what they do, and they end up by and large working through municipal systems in many cases, maybe even most. And that leads to one of my big takeaways, which is from a state interest perspective, the state is responsible for allocating those water rights, and once they've been allocated to a municipal water system, that allocation is done, and then within that municipal system, it's the data center that negotiates with the city and works with that community within what's already been allocated by the state. And that leads to a bit of what I think is frustrating opacity. We can't see past that line. Once that water right's been allocated to a municipal system, we don't know what's happening within that municipal system because that's no longer a state responsibility. That's happening at the local level. In addition to quantity, there's also a temporality aspect that I came to learn is really interesting. Many of our biggest data centers in Oregon use water for only a small portion of the year. They might use a significant amount of water in that portion of the year, but by and large, air-cooled facilities, that's one of the reasons they come to Oregon, right? Is because Oregon, we have a climate that is conducive towards cooling with air. And that means that they use less water than if they were in hotter parts of our country. And so in that sense, when we use that water is just as significant a consideration as sort of how much water might get used. I got really excited when I started learning about the aquifer storage and recharge projects that are starting to pop up. I'm an energy guy, so immediately I was like, wow, water batteries. The ability to charge up a geologic feature with water from the winter when there's less constraint on it, and use it in the summer. It was pretty exciting and novel to me. I'm not sure if the constraints to that have all been tapped out, how finite those opportunities are. But it did seem exciting to me, this aquifer storage and recharge, because that lets us, smooth out the curves. If we end up needing to use water to cool data centers at times of year like the summer when we need water and water is scarce for all the other reasons we all need to use water, then aquifer storage and recharge and those kinds of time shifting of water usage are really exciting. Water quality. Water quality was, probably the other big area that we think about when it comes to water. And, I learned that by and large, data centers don't process water. They're not using water to make something. They're really just utilizing water to cool their process. And as such, those water quality impacts are, heavily mitigated. It's not like we're, using water to make metal or a chemical or something like that. We're just carrying heat. That heat is a problem, of course. We need to manage it. We need to be responsible about it. But by and large, water quality with that, data centers is, kind of more modest a concern than might appear at face value to me. That said, we don't have visibility again because it's largely going into municipal wastewater systems, and so while it might not be, using a lot of process, into that, using that water for a lot of industrial process, we don't know really. We don't know the quality of that water coming out of the data center. We don't know if it needs to be pre-treated before it goes into a wastewater facility. I think we trust that the state's role in permitting wastewater discharges at a kind of state level does its job, and data centers fitting within that municipal wastewater system. As long as the overall system is still in compliance, that means the data center is no worse than anyone else. That seems to be true, but at the same time, I think it would be nice to know more concretely, what is the water quality going in versus the water quality going out. I think we've all heard stuff about nitrates in data centers water, but it seemed pretty clear that data centers don't use nitrates for anything. They're just using water to cool, and if there's already nitrates in that water, then it may end up getting a little bit concentrated because there's evaporation happening. But they're not adding nitrates into the water that they use because they're not using that water to process anything, and so indirect impacts. But again, if we knew what was going in versus what was going out from a sampling and diagnostic level, we would have clearer visibility. And last but not least, kind of the interaction of community impacts, tribal rights, and state oversight. There isn't enough water for all the things that we need water for in Oregon. We over appropriate it just because that's kind of the system is, we first in time, first in right, and we allocate more water than there actually is water to use. That is no different for data centers than it is for anyone else, but data centers don't help that. At the same time, if we're going to be focused on water, data centers might not be the obvious point of engagement from a policy perspective to manage that problem best, just because they're a relatively small use compared to other sectors. If water is the problem, I don't know that data centers is the obvious place to tackle that, at least from a cost-benefit point of view. And last but not least, in a similar way that we talk about it with energy, there is infrastructure associated with the water that data centers use and discharge. We have to build infrastructure to deliver that water. We have to build infrastructure to manage the wastewater. And to the extent that we've been able to learn about this, it sounds like in many cases, data centers are paying for that infrastructure, not because they have to, not because regulation requires them to, but by and large, it sounds to us, I think, like many places, data centers are just being proactive and saying, in order for us to operate, we need infrastructure, and the best way, fastest way, easiest way to get that infrastructure online is for us to just buy it and pay for it, and hand the keys over to the city or the municipal system or the local agency to own and operate it going forward. And that seemed to me, at least, to be an opportunity that we talk about the Power Act for electricity and how we're going to keep costs from being transferred onto ratepayers. This was kind of like the opposite of that, which was rather than build a firewall. In many instances, we seem to have heard stories, examples of the data centers going above and beyond building that infrastructure for the community, and the community not being on the hook, but in fact benefiting from that investment. Just as a quick flyby, we heard from we had our 101 session from Brightworks. We heard from our state agencies. We had 2 presentations from tribal representatives. We heard from City of Hillsborough, City of the Dalles, City of Hermiston. We had advocates from Columbia Riverkeeper, Trout Unlimited, Verde, and Environmental Defense Fund. We heard from Amazon and from Google on some of their latest work. And we had some academic presentations from the Resource Innovation Institute, as well as the Oregon Water and Policy Innovation Service, the last of which put together a great report that I think we've all referenced several times. So where does this leave us? I'm going to suggest that there's a couple of gaps, and that's kind of where I find myself thinking. First is that, like Margie said, if we can't measure it, we certainly can't manage it. And when it comes to water, there are big gaps in terms of what we know about what these data centers use. It may be true that the end result is not alarming, but until we can prove it, until we have the data to show it, we are left in the dark, and maybe it leads many of us to assume the worst. So I would say first and foremost is just getting reporting, getting disclosure, finding out how much do these facilities use, or when do they use it, how much do they discharge, what's in the discharge. Let's get the water quantity and quality figured out as publicly as possible so that we can know what's happening. Second, context matters. I think that there's the metric of WUE, the water usage effectiveness. I think it's a great start, but I got excited about the WE plus idea, which was to put that in the context of local basin resource constraints. If you're in a really constrained area, how much water you use matters more than if you're in a place that has fewer constraints. So I don't think we can do a one size fits all. I do think we need to come up with metrics that are able to factor in local considerations, local data. Sort of like we were talking about with economic development, I think helping communities negotiate with these developers and operators about their water infrastructure. We've heard stories that it goes right, sometimes, but maybe those are just the best case examples. Maybe there are examples where it hasn't gone as well as it could have or should have. And so again, I find myself thinking about, is there a facilitation opportunity? Is there some sort of way to help these local communities negotiate the best deals that they can from a water infrastructure perspective with these data centers? So that's where my thoughts are, and I'd love to open it up. Donna, I will ask, I'm not great at listening and note-taking at the same time. I kind of have to do one or the other the way my brain works. So if you and Colby are able to jot down and synthesize, that'll free me up to do more listening and engaging.
Not to worry. Our jotting down and synthesizing job has not ended by any stretch. So
you guys are so good at that. Thank you.
We got you. All right. Okay. So thoughts from anybody?
Something that maybe didn't come up is the question of waterless data centers, and implied in many of your questions. But in general, I'm in favor of setting a line, not picking a technology. In general, when you set a line, smart data centers will get there in the best way possible. I guess this technology, which is to say it doesn't use water, is a pretty compelling advancement. And I'd want to know, I'd want to have some questions answered about it. And on my ledger, anyway, is there are secondary, those secondary impacts of water when, as you said, water is energy and energy is water. So if it's using a lot more energy, we need to understand that math and understand it well. Also on the ledger is Cryptfix saying the use of water is fish impacts. So understanding that piece of the ledger. And finally, building out a waterless system involves development using PFAS, chemicals that we may not want built and put into our environment. That is also on the ledger. With all that said, I think a technology that is waterless over time, whether its time has come or not, is at least worth tracking really carefully. It takes an issue in some ways, again, using this math and doing it carefully, but it could take an issue off the table that is of great concern to our communities. So at least I have those questions about waterless technology and hope we can get some of that answered as we put these recommendations together.
Bill, thank you. You reminded me, I did not mention the distinction between direct and indirect water consumption that we learned about. The indirect, direct being obvious, water going into a data center, but the indirect being water associated with the power generation. And to the extent that we're able to figure out waterless cooling technologies that rely on renewable energy that is not water consumptive, then that does seem like the best case scenario.
I would jump in on that. There's a recent study, a 2025 study that's in Environmental Research Letters that kind of adopts a water consumption factor for power generation. And so it's true, like water's energy, energy is water, but what this and this is probably going to be generalized numbers. So it might vary a little bit with the specific examples. But for coal plants, you're going to use 528 gallons per megawatt hour generated. For natural gas, you're going to use 317 gallons per megawatt hour generated. For wind and solar, you're going to use 0. And so there's a couple of different technologies we're talking about when we say, if you take any facility that you're able to cool with electricity, and wind and solar is going to make it waterless. I sort of thought, well, what does that mean for like 100 megawatt data center? We have this Dominion study from Virginia that shows like a 61% utilization of data centers. It's not going to be right 100% for Oregon because, as you say, Michael, they don't use cooling year round. But for those periods when they're using that, if you're powering it with electricity, indirect water use would be like 32,000 gallons per hour. For natural gas, it would be 19,000 gallons per hour. If you're powering it with renewables, it would be 0 gallons per hour. So even though those numbers, I don't think we should rely on that much. I think that's a pretty compelling example and worth thinking about. Clean energy, I guess, solves a lot of problems, I guess is what I'm saying.
Amen to that.
However, solar is not 0. They wash panels at 19 gallons per megawatt. So that's about as close as you get to 0, though.
That's per year, right?
I'll take it.
Yeah.
That's per year? Okay. 19
Depends
gallons.
on where you are, but yeah.
Okay, good. How about other comments? Thank you, Greg. Bill, Margie. You're muted. There you go.
I was remembering Eric Klump's testimony on water as well. And I think this gets to we have a lot of different state agencies that have some aspect of development as it relates to data centers, be it land use or water quantity, water quality, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the things that Eric mentioned when he was testifying is Oregon's integrated water resource strategy. And so this is the integrated water resource strategy. So ORS 536.220 was updated in 2023 and requires that the integrated water resources strategy is updated every 8 years. So this is the place where there are multiple, a lot of different people coming together from communities to provide a statewide interagency framework for better understanding and meeting Oregon's in-stream and out-of-stream water resources needs. And I think this is a really good place where we want to ensure as a committee that we're not duplicating but adding no value to, that we're utilizing those existing structures that are in place, but doing so in a way that we can start to aggregate information that gives us a useful snapshot of what's happening across the state as a whole. Because this is a place where if you have a region that has a low water resource, like this is a place where you can go and figure out like what's the state strategy that's done in community with people to better understand how that issue might be tackled. So I wanted to point that out. And then I think the other thing on the water quantity side that really stuck out to me is that one of the things that was most surprising to me when I started learning about what's happening in the state relative to data centers is that one data center, an average in Oregon, uses 1/5 of one center pivot of water consumed by agriculture. And agriculture, irrigated agriculture in particular, uses anywhere from 75 to 80% of the water consumed in the state. And then the existing data center footprint is using less than 2%. And so I thought that was really interesting because if we as a state want to look at how we conserve water, have more water for the benefit of in-stream flow, particularly as climate change starts to challenge some of our rivers and streams, that looking at ways to make irrigation more efficient is going to get us highest and best use of dollar in versus like doing something on data center. There's not really a lot of there. It doesn't mean we shouldn't look at it and we shouldn't use the best available technology. But that was surprising to me. As I've learned more, and then I think from a water quality perspective, I was really surprised at how clean the water coming out of these facilities is. There may be something related to how we're verifying information that's being tested and or the testing that is being done. There might be an additional layer there, but by and large, I learned a lot from our natural resource agencies on both the quantity and the quality, and it feels like the existing structures that we have in place are working well in mitigating for anything that needs mitigating for and managing those resources.
Margie, you remind me of something that I don't know if I've had a chance to share with everyone yet. When I was at the Association of Clean Water Agencies conference this summer, I asked point blank during my session a question out to the audience. I said, what do you worry about as water agencies when it comes to data centers? And what they said, it's heat, and it's the water's too clean, like you said, Margie. And by that, what they were meaning was that the water that's discharged by data centers tends to not have the biological agents, and because they're using a large volume of water relative to some other industrial users, it ends up affecting the microbe performance in these wastewater treatment facilities. And so the water's too clean was not something I was expecting to hear, but it turns out might have something to that.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make one other observation, which is the sort of crosswalk between economic opportunity and rural development, which is I think Prineville had a very compelling story about how data center investments allowed them to do groundwater recharge. And like that's Like we just overlook those kinds of stories. I don't think anyone's overlooking it, but we ignore that kind of thing at our own peril because it sounds from everything that I could gather, sounds like a project that could not have happened without data center investment, and it's just been really transformative for their community as far as water resources go. Um, Worth spotlighting.
Do you guys remember? We heard one example of a irrigation efficiency program that was a utility was helping their irrigation customers use less energy for irrigation pumping, and they were telling us about how like there's a limit to how much they can do because at a certain point when they've reduced too much load, it ends up kind of messing with the rate allocation process. And what you just said, Greg, kind of made me think, gosh, there's a solution to that, which is if a data center that has the ability to kind of make the utility whole, and in doing so reduces water consumption in the most cost effective way, then that seems like the kind of win-win that we ought to try to find ways to facilitate from a state interest perspective, perhaps.
Yeah, I circulated a study to everybody that was a really interesting presentation about water rates. Actually, it's probably a little bit too detailed to go into, but it kind of makes the point that if you have excess capacity, then adding additional resource can actually ameliorate people's rates. The worst case scenario is you have to expand capacity to um, to accommodate a new large source of water demand, and then that source goes away because then what you've just done is saddled the existing ratepayers with the costs of a system expansion.
Right.
And so maybe that ties back into the decommissioning conversation as well. I don't know, but it's an interesting thing to think about. Those rate impacts are tricky.
Of course, the flip side is what I was mentioning earlier on, which is, if a data center is paying for that infrastructure up front, then you end up absolutely having, downward pressure if that end use were to go away, for example.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Good.
So let me, if it's okay, I kind of had three areas where my thinking kind of funneled down into when it came to the water topic. The first was, and this has been nagging at me, that we don't have the information that we ideally want when it comes to basin health, even. So if we were going to try to steer data center water usage away from places that have water basin health that's fragile or constrained, we might not have the most up-to-date data to even do that to start with. So that seemed like something that we ought to figure out how to do, how to get into a better place on when it comes to water basin health. The idea that if the idea is to steer water using data centers away from places that have fragile groundwater or water basin resources, then that we'll need that as a kind of a baseline to even do anything toward that end. Second, 100% renewable energy, 100% clean energy, and we need to be very careful here about how we indicate that. But that this would be as measured not by carbon or not by emissions, but by water. So let's call it the lowest water using energy. By that I generally mean renewables, as we've been discussing. I think we ought to figure out a way to recognize that as a water policy incentive or requirement, which is to steer data centers into using 100% renewables and non-water consuming cooling technologies as sort of the best case scenario, as we've discussed. And then the last, and maybe not the least, but probably the first, is just the transparency, the disclosure and reporting. We need to figure out, water intake quantities, discharge water qualities, embedded and indirect water consumption. We need to have all of that if we're even going to be able to have a hope of tackling some of the cost allocation questions when it comes to the infrastructure for that. So those are kind of the three buckets into which my thoughts funneled when it comes to the water topic.
Great. Thank you for bucketing those for us, Mike. How about Jean, Dan, anything you want to add in here on the water issues? We've got time, so.
Nothing to add from me.
Okay.
I think the one thing that we didn't touch on is water in Oregon is basin related. And I think Greg kind of got to it when we talked about the ASR projects, but trying to find a monolithic recommendation for water would be extremely difficult in Oregon because of the basins that we live in and the added complication of shared waters with an adjoining state. And so I definitely am glad we spent as much time as we did on water because I think it was important for all of us. But how we question that may be a little more delicate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Good.
Just a quick one, less water related and more about transparency. We're talking about opacity and transparency and lack of visibility, using all different words for the same thing. And in each of our sessions, we're going to be talking about it, I think. Our note takers will be taking care of gathering the information we think we need. I guess I'll maybe ask us that we also think of some principles. Yes, here's what we need. If you don't, you're not going to manage it if you're not gathering this information. What are the other principles? It would sure be nice not to be overly duplicative. Other states will start gathering information. It sure would be great. I've been in the seat of the reporter. And if every state's asking for slightly different information and slightly different reported in slightly different ways, it's a hassle. And it also keeps us from comparing and benchmarking in really effective ways. So there's also some principles, I guess, for us to draw together on transparency. How do we avoid being duplicative? How do we gather the right information on the right in the right sort of frequency and all of that? So I guess maybe principles that on transparency that we want to hold to, and here's a long list of information we think we need, and maybe we can work from both of those in terms of recommendations.
It's a great point, Bill. I also, quite frankly, worry a little bit about it's one thing to ask for a bunch of information, but we also need to think about where is that information going to go? I would say there isn't an obvious intake point that comes to mind. Gosh, was that another water pun? I think I did another water pun. But in the sense that if we're asking about quantity and quality, there isn't one agency that manages both in our state. If we're talking about water policy and energy policy being somewhat fungible, there isn't an obvious focal point for how to address that from a state agency perspective. And so we'll need to be thoughtful about sort of how we juggle this. Some data that gets reported to one agency, maybe not in a format that's usable by another agency, for example. And like you said, Bill, the metrics need to matter. We know that the different data center operators, disclose. I mean, we've heard, acre feet versus gallons versus golf courses. What is the unit even that we're going to be asking for? I think matters as well. As far as like the temporality, like when the water gets used, I don't know of an easy way to capture the sort of the scarcity of water at different times of year as well. And then how would you calculate aquifer storage? There's a kind of a net water usage that might matter there as well.
Great. Good. Calling out some good principles there, Bill. Thank you. So I heard enhance transparency and gather info that's needed for understanding and policy making, but not more than is necessary. Be coordinated, not duplicative. Gather needed data, not excess data. So these are kind of some standing out principles. If as we go along today, if others of you find more, I think that'll be very helpful for your thinking when it comes time to do the report of, is this more than we need? Or does this enhance transparency? Does this coordinate as opposed to duplicate? So as you have more of those coming along today, I'll grab them. I've got
And Mike's point, where's it going and who's analyzing it, is I think a big question.
And I think like looking forward too, we now have the S&P data that was embedded in the Echo Northwest. So we can understand from a water perspective, quantity perspective in particular, if those data centers are going to be developed in the next 5 years, here's the an estimated amount of water that they would be using, and we can start to build out what a future picture might look like if all of those data centers come to fruition and are constructed, which I think gets at a lot of what I hear from the public is like, we just don't know where this is going to end. Like, we don't know what the future looks like. And we want to it's really hard to understand that if you're looking at a project by project basis. Like we've talked about this, the difference between how our permit structures work, if you're looking at just the impact of that one particular project versus having a regulatory mechanism that allows you to look at cumulative impacts. So I think that's also interesting to develop some understanding around as well.
Got it. I've added that as a principle. Be aware or conscious of the cumulative effects of whatever it is that you all are thinking about. Good. All right. Anything else on water, or have you heard so much about water that now that break that Mike was encouraging? We have a couple of minutes here. If you wanted to take a 3 to 5 minute break right now before we do land use, we can. Or we can move. Yeah, okay.
We're voting for break.
Okay, let's do that. Come back as soon as possible. We're due to start at 10:40, but it'll probably be 10:42 or 3. So about 5 minutes. We'll come back and I'll pause the recording. Thank you all so much. All right, welcome back. I will have to get, my water hasn't boiled yet, so I'm going to go grab my water in a minute, but I want to get you all started. Thank you. It's been really good conversation on the first two subjects that we had. We're now moving into the land use conversation. And I think we hand this back to Margie. Is that right? Margie, or you or Dan doing this one?
Margie's got the notes.
Margie's
I'm happy
got
to
the
take
notes.
lead.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that land use was a really interesting session. And I think the biggest piece that stuck out to me in the land use session, like the biggest overarching question that I have for the public that I would like their comment on is we have this best in class land use system. The purpose of that is to think long term and proactively about the shape and color and size of our communities, and to be able to place lands into certain designations to encourage the kind of development and the types of places that we want to see that development. And then, fill that in over time, allows for adjustments, et cetera, et cetera. Due to data center development, we have now seen the largest, well, I shouldn't say largest, I don't actually know if that's true, but we are seeing a lot of communities who are interested in expanding their industrial lands or, expanding their urban growth boundaries to allow for data centers to move in. So there are certain communities, for example, that have, they might have 700 to 900 acres of industrial land that they've identified across the community as a whole, but that's not contiguous land. And so, we're certainly seeing data centers start to stack in certain places and have lesser footprint because they're stacking. We're mostly seeing that in jurisdictions where they have to because they don't have another choice if they're going to develop in that jurisdiction. And so, overarching question I have is the current land use system sufficient to account for this type of development? And if so, why? And if not, why not? And what are those policy mechanisms that we need to put in place to ensure that, consistent with the land use structure that we have in place so far, how do we account for the differences in data center development that exist, particularly as it pertains to scale? So that's kind of like the big overarching question that I have. Um, and then, sorry, I did not skip to the right part of my notes, so please bear with me. Um, okay. So then, and I thought Director Bateman did a great job of teeing this up. With the three questions that she posed. If we're going to see continued growth in data centers, where should they locate and how should they be developed and operated in Oregon's future? And how does that align with broader priorities that we have, particularly housing, climate resilience, economic prosperity, mental health, education, and whether the industry's expansion truly moves us forward towards these goals? So I think, and Lee McIlvaine from DLCD, when she presented, spoke to that, highlighted the trend of a rapid increase in data center buildings from 8 in 2000 to 123 by 2025. And she talked about that, Oregon's land use system is meant to proactively predict growth, and data centers have been creating a challenge to that notion, or that framework, if you will, because of the unprecedented nature of their growth. 80% of data centers are inside of urban growth boundaries, and 20% are on rural industrial lands. But then she also mentioned, DLCD mentioned that, there's 9,000 acres of new data center development, with 6,500 acres of which would need a UGB, an urban growth boundary expansion, or a rural upzoning. So I think all of this kinds of feeds into, is our current land use system sufficient to deal with data centers? And if not, why not? And what specifically within that land use system should be altered, specific to data centers themselves? And then, sorry, let me, thought it was interesting. There's several jurisdictions in the state where we have an entity like Metro, where land use is not just a local decision, but it also has to comply with land use planning through a larger entity like Metro. We have something similar in place in Central Oregon as well. But when we talk about cumulative impacts, like having jurisdictions pool industrial lands and look at, regional development opportunities might be something. Is there something in there that we might want to pull up and look at the state level, or is that just jurisdiction specific and we should let local jurisdictions determine if they want to self-form something like that or not? They talked about, Allison Hoagland from Mackenzie, and Ian reminded us, like we heard this a number of times, data centers are looking for, number one, access to power, speed of access to power, available land, fiber, water, transportation access, flat land, and low natural hazard risk. Okay. Sorry, I'm just going through the notes that we have. So one of the things that came out of one of the local voices started to get into the realm of tax abatement. So the recommendation was to create an outcome-oriented use of limited tax abatements and infrastructure dollars, and asking whether the state is getting the jobs, public revenue, and community benefits that it wants. This person also recommended a statewide inventory of available industrial land. So this is where we start to get into, like, do we expand what is required in order to receive a tax abatement in the state? And if so, what do we start looking to in terms of those performance metrics that we might want to require in exchange for the utilization of public dollars in a project? Clear definition of data center types. This has come up over and over and over again. And I think it gets with that like consistency. We received a wonderful public comment letter over the last couple of days that just gets to that consistency and definition and reporting. We have different definitions that live in different places of statute. So I think it's worth the committee to consider, do we want to have a consistent definition? If so, do we want to define that? And should that exist in all statute and regulation? Or what would the trade-offs of, changing those statutes be if we were to recommend changing that? And then I thought there was a really interesting perspective that was brought into the conversation. Like this gets into the water nexus. Like, for example, in Oregon, we're a prior appropriation state. And so if you have a water right that's tied to your property, you have to irrigate a certain percentage of the time in order to maintain that water right. Otherwise, you lose the water right associated with your property and therefore the value of your property. There are certain lands that may be irrigated just for the sake of maintaining that water right, which is not getting highest and best use of that water. And so another thing that was raised is if you stuck a data center on lands that have a water right associated with it, and the data center is using significantly less water than is required to maintain that irrigation right, and you could enter into something like a lease with the state of Oregon to put the remainder of that water back in stream for a certain period of time, like we do with irrigation infrastructure projects. Is that a beneficial use of those types of land? So that's another question I have for the public is like, is that an appropriate use of some of those lands that are kind of near industrial development or communities? What are the trade-offs of looking at something like that might have a water quantity benefit, but also change the face of the landscape? Okay, so those are kind of the things that stuck out to us that were key takeaways from the land use conversation. So now I'll go through some of the questions. And I don't know, Dan, do you have anything that you want to add before I dive into the questions?
No, I think the questions cover it. I think you did a great job.
Okay. So super obvious question out of the gates, but I just want to ask the public this explicitly and see what answers we get back. So question number one is, on what lands should data centers be developed in Oregon? Like if you were going to put on a hat that looked at, here's what responsible data center development looks like, what lands would be appropriate for that? And then that leads into the question that I alluded to earlier, which is Oregon's current land use system encouraging data center development in the right places on the right types of land? If not, what specific changes to the land use system are recommended, and what is the state's role in facilitating the recommended changes? So are people advocating for a statutory change to the law that governs land use, or is there a different policy mechanism that is being recommended? What innovations are available to decrease the footprint of data centers and should be required when building on certain lands or in certain geographies? For instance, should the committee consider requiring stacking for data centers constructed in areas with a population of X or less? X or greater? What positive or negative implications should the committee consider if pursuing kind of a bifurcated framework for data center development, one in suburban and urban jurisdictions and one in rural jurisdictions?
Cluster, and we also kind of went over clustering so that you can consolidate your energy, water, transportation into areas instead of widespread.
Yep. Okay, the next question is, what innovations are available to decrease the footprint of data? Oh, wait, I just read that. currently, tribal governments have the opportunity to engage in decisions regarding the development of data centers on ceded lands through the land use process or the permitting process. Is that existing process adequate to protect tribal resources, culture, and interests? If not, why not? And what is the state's role in facilitating either a broader discussion between governments or building in a better process into the regulatory framework for land use? Next question has to do with regional councils of government, such as Metro or the Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council's Industrial Lands Program, be adopted by other jurisdictions to foster collaboration, better utilization of existing industrial lands, and serve as a mechanism to understand the cumulative impacts of data center development as opposed to a project-by-project impacts analysis. If so, what is the state's role in creating or establishing this new regulatory framework? Next question, and pause me at any time if there's something you want to dive in on further.
So the only thing I want to dive in on, Margie, is you're asking these questions to the public. I just want to make sure people have seen the chat there. We've been getting some emails asking for us to turn the chat on. This is a work session only for the committee itself. So as Margie is asking these questions, she's asking you to think about those questions and then submit comments via email. So we will continue to put the email link for people to put their comments that way. And when you're done, I don't know how many of these questions you have, but maybe we could put some of those in the chat if you want to send that your list to.
Well, these are what we're just to put a finer point on that.
Okay, good. Yeah, thanks.
What we are discussing today is the contents of the preliminary findings report. So much of what you hear us talking about today and the questions that we have developed will be in the preliminary findings report, which will go out for 30 days of public comment. So don't feel like you have to answer these questions right now today. Otherwise, we'll miss the answers. What we are talking about today is the contents of what we are considering including in the preliminary findings report. And these are examples of things that we are asking for public input on as part of that public process. We also have a meeting on September 23rd from 4 to 7 p.m. where those of you who are not able to put your comments in writing to that email address that we have, we will be taking public testimony during that meeting time as well. So don't feel like all of these, we're not asking people to solve these problems today. We're going to solve them together over the course of the next several months. So thank you so much for clarifying that.
Thank you.
And I just have a couple more questions. Okay, so this gets into like where information is held and kind of the disaggregation of information that we heard about across all kinds of different topic areas. So given the inventories of available industrial lands are held at local jurisdiction level, is there a use for the creation of a statewide industrial lands inventory? If so, how would a statewide inventory increase the effectiveness of appropriately siting data centers? And how would the statewide inventory keep current in the available lands? What I mean is, since that's held at the county, are we asking for, the county to report every 6 months, or are we asking the county to report every month? Like, what is the burden that we're placing on gathering that information, and what would we do with that information? Or do we recommend something like the creation of a database, a centralized database where people are uploading the available lands into that database on a real-time basis? Jean.
Yeah, regarding database of lands, and right now I agree it's pretty piecemeal. It's done really on a local level, and there's decisions made. Do we want to expand the urban growth boundary to increase our industrial land for development and so on? We have seen examples in other states where there has been more of a holistic look across the entire state for areas that make sense for any number of reasons. In this case, it could be, like you said, flat land, availability of electricity, availability of water, and so on, One example that comes to mind is the state of Texas set up renewable energy zones called CREZ many, many years ago that have resulted in Texas, I think, has the largest installed base of wind power in the country. So, it worked in that context. And I think that is something for us to think about. Is there a way to have that approach apply to data centers in Oregon?
Great, thank you. Those of you who can hear me typing, we're taking notes in real time, so I'm gathering the questions as they're raised.
I don't think we're hearing you, so that's good.
Okay, great. Any other key considerations on the statewide inventory?
I'll share that I was surprised, I guess is maybe the best word, that we didn't already have one. I can certainly understand why that's challenging, and it makes sense, knowing what we know now that it isn't available. But when I first heard that, I thought, well, how on earth are we going to prioritize, what goes where if we don't even know what we have to work with? That same kind of feeling was also true when it came to, like water basin health. There are gaps in the data that would be helpful to fill if we're going to optimize for how to do this right. So kind of went into a similar bucket in my mind. I don't know, and maybe Dan, I could ask you to chime in on your thoughts with this. Is does that? I think someone said the word burden. Does that place a burden on localities? If so, what would be the benefit that we would need to articulate for that burden to be worth it? So I'm hesitant to kind of say everyone needs to get on board and do this, even though it does seem eminently useful.
I wonder if he's frozen.
Frozen or thinking.
Yeah, it could be.
He hasn't moved, so I'm guessing he's frozen.
I'm guessing he's frozen as well.
Because he moves around. Well, while he unfreezes, a little bit different than where Mike was going, but just strategies for developing data centers. Some of them are so compelling, but that we don't run into them. We toured a lot of data centers, and most of them aren't stacked. Obviously, there's cost to going to 2 stories. Most seem to be clustered, but stacking, clustering, distance from residential communities seem like there's some strategies that feel really compelling. Use half the space for the data center needs. So I guess we're going to come up with a list of these. Again, I'm a little against being overly prescriptive, but some of those strategies seem really compelling, and I'm turning them over in my head to say, why aren't we stacking them? And it may just be cost or have other infrastructure questions, but I have a question about that. I do think we're clustering and we're keeping them in general a distance from residential communities. Dan, I think, is unfrozen, so if he was trying to say something, I'll yield to him.
Nope, I'm good. Thanks, though.
And can I reiterate? My concern is with developing a statewide inventory of industrial lands suitable for development of this sort. Does the fact that we don't have one mean that would be a burden that would be placed on localities to feed that information up into some sort of centralized location? And if so, what benefit would it need to offer to localities for that burden to be worth that while?
Dan, are you there? He seems to be there. Dan, I think that question was specifically for you, and so you need to unmute.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I really don't know how to answer that, Michael. I think clustering and how you put those together, localities really look at that, and then there's a huge difference between municipal and county. Even though there are partnerships in enterprise zones, And then we have port property too. So I think trying to steer that, you would have to be extremely vague. Things like, I like the attitude of residential, how far from residential, those type of comments. But as far as clustering, I think that's a natural, to some degree natural, just on a financial side of trying to consolidate property for one developer. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but
yeah, I think it's just something for all of us to chew on still. Thanks.
But I think it's hard to be very specific.
Margie, I'm going to chime in on a point that you raised earlier around definitions for like what is a data center, which sounds kind of ridiculous, but I think that's kind of one of the earliest things that we hit upon was, wait a second, how do we make sure that we have the ability to talk about the same things with the same words? Because I don't think we are as a society. We talk about data centers, and some people are referring to AI, hyperscale, or exascale, or uber scale, whatever the word is. Others are thinking about like the telco thing that keeps your cell phone tower operational. And both data centers, they were using the same word to mean very different things or refer to very different things. But at the same time, I find myself thinking about like, the fact that I think, as I've learned, that most of the cars in the roads in America are SUVs, because the way we set up those definitions were that passenger cars and trucks were different categories, and then trucks were subject to different efficiency rules, and so everything became a truck essentially because it was easier and cheaper to build trucks and more profitable. And so now everything's an SUV because those are technically trucks by these definitions. And what I would be averse to doing is coming up with definitions, knowing that this technology, this industry is moving so quickly that we may end up creating, for example, something that says anything that has this percentage of GPUs as an AI data center is going to be regulated this way. But then inference computing becomes the thing once all the training is done, and those end up meeting the same. I don't even know what's going to come next after that, but I think we all know that it's moving so quickly that it would be difficult, if not impossible, for us to get ahead of, much less keep up with the definitions from a policy perspective. I'd like to think that if we focused on impacts and outputs and outcomes, we can be objective and still compare apples to apples. But I don't know if we're missing something by not having the ability to be more clear in our conversations about what kind of facility are we referring to, really.
Yeah. Interesting.
And I'm going to go out on a ledge here. I think that there is particular concern around data centers that are, doing AI, not because of the data center itself, but because of the AI that's coming out of that data center. And, I understand our charge as a committee to be focused on the infrastructure, the facility, and not responsible for, making recommendations with regard to like AI and how should that be used or regulated or managed. Even though there is, an overlap and certainly an interface, for us to try to regulate AI by regulating AI data centers seems indirect and potentially, there could be unintended consequences to doing it that way.
Okay.
Different committee.
Different committee. I'm looking over at our law professor there to see if he was going to say anything. But...
No, I don't think I have anything to add. I think all the points are well taken, and I would say even beyond definitions, the policies that we suggest or recommend should be really cognizant of the changing dynamics over time, and to have some flexibility to address those things going forward.
Dan, go ahead. Thanks, Greg.
As I keep forgetting my unmute button, but one of the things I'd like to add goes back to our first discussions with DLCD and DSL is the state of Oregon's 19 goals. Now, again, those can get blown up at any time by any legislative group, but they haven't for 50 some years. Have a really very strong guardrails that address industry, address a lot of different subjects. And then locally, we have to play with inside those guardrails. And I think I've said this before, I think changing land use or suggesting changing land use goals is probably not our task, but number two is I think that goes well beyond recommendations to the governor. I think that is a direct path to the legislature. And so I don't know if my question would be first is, do we want to do that? And number two is, what's the path? If the choice is to suggest changes in land use goals in Oregon, or even how they're applied, it would be tough for sure. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out.
And I think that's where I want broader, like those organizations. We have a number of very, well-respected land use organizations who have been working on land use issues in the state of Oregon for a really long time. We also have a lot of incredibly knowledgeable tribal governments, staff, community members throughout the state. And I think that's exactly the kind of key question, that's what I kind of mean by is it working, or is the existing system working, or is it not? And if not, why not? And what specifically do we need to do about it? Are we talking about changing goals? That's a really big thing with lots of implications, potentially unintended consequences that might apply across all things. Or are we talking about here are some specific things that we think should end up in statute, regulation, executive order, practice that would enhance public participation in an adequate protection of our land use system and resources, and encourage development through that system on the right lands? But I love that question, Dan. I think that's spot on. I'm just going to go in order on my screen. Michael and then Greg.
That's correct.
Michael, you're the only Michael in this conversation for once, and you're muted.
You're still muted. There you go.
Yes, that's what we get for keeping the group small, the ability to contain the number of Michaels. Dan, I'm really glad that you raised that question around, what is kind of the scope of our charge, for example, with land use and the various goals. It reminds me of my frame of thinking going into this, which was that I understand our work to be focused on how do we align what's happening with data centers with what we already have expressed legislatively and regulatorily as the priorities that Oregon is embracing. I don't think that our work, is to come up with new climate policy or new water policy or new water, land use policy, or et cetera, as much as it is to figure out how or if we can align what's happening in the data center space with what we already value as Oregonians. And I think the land use one is a particularly interesting example, Dan, because there isn't, that system came into being well before we had recognized the full scale and severity of the climate crisis. So climate, isn't directly spelled out in the land use system as well as we might have put it in there if we were to rewrite it today. But at the same time, my thinking on this is that our job isn't to rewrite new policies as much as it is to align data center facing policy with what we already value in Oregon.
Thanks for that. I agree. I agree with that. And as I just sort of reflect back on the kind of comments we heard, I don't really recall any specific suggestions to change the law to accommodate data centers. And the recommendations I recall receiving were, could we add a cumulative analysis to this process to sort of look at multiple data centers in the same location? Um, and that's interesting for me. I'd love to hear more what people think about that concept. I mean, to me, all you have to do is drive around a few different states to see the benefit of Oregon's land use planning. The fact that you can drive out of Portland or Eugene or Salem and be in farmland right away, and you have access to pick your own strawberries, and the vineyards are not being encroached upon by residential suburbs, illustrates that. And and it was, as far as I can tell, it was sort of a conscious decision by the state that we were going to use a planning process as opposed to a site-by-site specific assessment process. So I'm kind of hesitant. I'm hesitant to revisit those questions with something that seems like it's worked very well for our state to date, and that we the presentations that we received didn't really demonstrate a lot of failings there. Um, so that's my view. So if I would say if there's additional public comment on this issue about um, certainty through planning versus if you allow a site-by-site assessment approach, you're necessarily end up facilitating, you're probably going to end up facilitating kind of a farming or speculative approach to developments where people will be like, maybe this site will be okay, maybe it won't. I'm going to go ahead and try and pursue this other site as well. Is that better for our state? I think that's my question there.
Great. Okay.
Can
So
I ask
Margie,
if I remember something correctly to the committee? I remember hearing that we haven't actually identified a place where a data center that we have converted like high value farmland into a data center, for example. And I don't know if I heard that, if I was the only one who heard that, if we all heard that, or if I heard it differently. But that struck out to me as something in my mind of like, our land use system has to balance tension constantly, right? There's a finite amount of land and there's an infinite number of uses. And so there's always going to be this push and pull. And I was kind of looking for examples of like, where has something that we really, really, value for one use ended up being used for something that we haven't necessarily identified as having equal value. And when I remember asking that, I was like, is there anywhere where we've like taken like high value farmland and turn that into a data center? I remember the answer was no. Am I missing that? Am I hearing that wrong or remembering it wrong?
I think the only thing I recall that might differ from that, and I'm not 100% sure, is when the legislature got involved to change the zoning in Hillsborough and what that might have included in industrial lands. So I don't think it's really a failing of the land use planning system, but it's where the legislature decided that they had a different priority. And I'm not 100% sure what that land was categorized as. I'm sure that there are going to be comments filed on this now that I've said that, though.
and remember that you all are looking forward, not back. So you can look at what has happened, but what do you want to see happen? What do you recommend happens in the future? I'm going to just turn this back to Margie and ask you and Dan to lead us to wrap this thing up, and we'll pass
it up.
Meg on for energy next. So go ahead.
I just wanted to comment to Mike's last comment. Mike, that's what my understanding is as well, based on the testimony that we heard. In also sitting through that same testimony and listening to experts in the land use field, because of the amount of capital that exists in this sector right now, every single community can justify an urban growth boundary expansion based on the viability of this sector, if you will. So they're not expanding urban growth. There's no concern that they're going to expand and it's not going to be developed. And the sheer amount of the requests that have come in. I think that's what's causing that alarm, to Donna's point, moving forward. So I think that's where, as we sit at this inflection point between where we've been and what we're looking forward to in the future, that's my question for experts, listening in today and that we know in the field, and community members, is like, is the system that we have in place today appropriately structured to prevent against utilization of inappropriate lands for the development of data centers moving forward? And if it is insufficient to address the scale of what we're seeing, how is it insufficient, and what is the state's role in particular in addressing that through the land use system? So I think that was a great place to kind of wrap this section up.
Yeah, nice. And how do you describe appropriate, right?
Yeah.
What are
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Means a lot of different things to a lot of different people.
Well, we have heard that in the public comment over the last 6 months. So yeah. Yes, thank you. All right, thank you, Margie and Dan, for teeing us up on the land use issue, walking us through that and some of the questions to get started for your preliminary findings. And now we'll turn to the energy team, comprised of Greg, Bill, and Jean. And I think Greg is taking the lead on this with Bill and Jean.
Yeah, I was just going to sort of hit some of the key points here, and then I'm hoping that Jean and Bill will jump in as appropriate, and of course everyone else will as well. So we had a session devoted to energy, and we heard from the Oregon Department of Energy, CRITFIC, Climate Solutions, the Energy Trust, IOU, PGE specifically. We heard from Northern Wasco PUD from a public power perspective. We heard from the Bonneville Power Administration. We heard from a trustee of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. We heard from Google. We heard from Verus, and we heard from the state of Minnesota. And I think it's sufficient to say, rather than try to summarize what everyone said, I think it's sufficient to say that this topic is very complicated, and it involves law, regulation, and policy that interact at the local, federal, and state level. And so we think this one is particularly thorny. I think the first point I would make is just that probably obvious just because of the existence of this panel, but data centers are different than other businesses. Any business can come to Oregon, they can get their necessary permits, they can get an agreement to get electricity from the local utility, and they can open shop. Data centers are different just because of the large load impact on the state, and that large load can have impacts that affect at least three of the state's interests in providing affordable energy to all Oregonians, reliable energy, and also minimizing environmental impacts in the way the state has called for. And specifically, we see this with regard to conventional air pollutants from diesel generators, but I think more importantly, it's about greenhouse gas reduction goals. That's where we're seeing a real significant impact. And so it would be natural for us to sort of think about all those issues together. It's hard, I think. We can all appreciate the difficulty utilities have in providing affordable, reliable, clean electricity to everyone. And that challenge only gets amplified when you have new large loads coming on the system. However, there is, as we learned about in our little sort of mini case study with Minnesota, states are being innovative here, and they are figuring out ways to say, we have businesses here that want to invest billions of dollars in our states. Are there ways that they, instead of thwarting our goals, they can help us achieve our goals? And I think that was an interesting aspect of this. All of this, I think, was thwarted. This is a continuing theme, I think, from before about transparency. We can learn we can ask and sometimes be told what the capacity of these facilities are, how much that is, how much power they could potentially use. That doesn't tell us how much power they actually use, and it also doesn't tell us where their power comes from and what the effects of that power selection are. So those are very important. I think, as others have said, getting better transparency on the energy aspects of these facilities could be very useful in figuring out um, and ensuring that we're meeting the state's goals here. We thought, and this is just an overarching point, that we wondered if there is a distinction to be made here between existing data centers and new data centers. Um, you know, there is uh, there's lots of examples of law and policy focusing solely on new facilities, and sometimes what that does is it ends up avoiding the opportunity to really um, gain some benefits from the existing facilities and opportunities to modernize them. And so I think that is a question that we ended up having, whether we should be focused on that distinction between existing and new facilities, and if so, how. We had, and we sort of had like 5 different categories of things that we thought were worth focusing on: new sources of generation, the impact of new sources on meeting our state greenhouse gas goals, backup generation, flexibility at peak, and grid optimization. And we'll talk about, affordability is intrinsic in all of this because everything you do is going to cost money, um, or depending on how you do it, potentially save money for specific entities. But so it does play in affordability, but we'll save that for after lunch. So jumping into the new generation issue, obviously data centers create substantial new demand, and it's very different than what the demand growth has been in the past. Greater magnitude, greater speed, and and it's challenging what we need to remain reliable. We see this in sort of the presentations that we received from the Oregon Department of Energy and from Sylvan Energy about potential challenges in the near term of having resource adequacy to prevent blackouts. So, it hosts a number of questions, which is like, what is our role in figuring out about new clean resources? Is this something that we want to focus on? Is this something we have suggestions about? In some cases, it seems that power demand is being met by market purchases, and we think that those well, we know that those are based on fossil fuel generation in many cases, and so is there an aspect there that we want to focus on? I don't know if we want to talk about new generation. We're going to kind of get into like the Minnesota example in a second. We're going to get into like the effect on emissions, but maybe I'll just pause for a second to see if anybody wants to say anything about that.
There's a lot to say, but let me first thank you, because I think you guys as a team bit off the biggest, maybe most complex of all the topics that we had to engage with. I want to underscore something that I think you alluded to, which is that our energy network is not constrained to Oregon. It is a regional network, and that made me think, as we went into the energy topic, that even if we site a data center in Oregon, the energy that it uses to power that facility may come from another state. We may or may not have jurisdiction over what happens in another state from an energy production perspective. But it also, I think, made me think that even if we just say, like we said, no data centers in Oregon, that data center just as easily could go right across the border to a neighboring state, and the use of that data center by Oregonians, wouldn't be any different. And so, just as the energy infrastructure doesn't recognize borders, the data infrastructure doesn't recognize borders either. And so, it makes it an interesting challenge. And what I see as the upside, as you alluded to, Greg, is can we figure out a way to, if we assume, let's say, that these data centers are going to be powered, and they're going to be sited. Is there a way that we can align them through some sort of approach that gets them to advance the values that we prioritize in Oregon? I think from a regional perspective, like we haven't built much grid infrastructure in our region or in Oregon in a long time, but our needs have grown, and maybe there's an opportunity for these data centers and their investors to help us make our grid work better and expand our capacity and do so affordably. Maybe there's a way to advance progress towards our greenhouse gas objectives. As you've mentioned, Greg, energy and greenhouse gases are pretty much hand in hand, and we can make things better and we can make things worse. But if we have that choice, I think there might be a way to make things better. So I just wanted to hit on those notes.
Yeah, I think we can talk more about some specific points on all that. I think that's all well said. So talking a little bit just specific about greenhouse gases, because this is a place where we see a really articulated goal from the state government. In 2007, we had the legislature adopt a goal statewide across every sector, 75% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. So we're now, we're obviously 24 years away from that, and then we've had additional gubernatorial actions to set a slightly more aggressive standard. We've had HB 2021, which requires carbon-free electricity by electricity providers by 2040, but that applies to investor-owned utilities and not to public power. So that's a disparity in this, and we are seeing a lot of data centers on the east side go into public power facilities. So that's we have seen recent increases in greenhouse gases emissions associated with the state, and that's happening in those areas. PGE, as they bring data centers into their facility, they're still complying with those goals under HB 2021. And so we know that a few years ago we were on track to meet our climate change goals, and it doesn't seem that we are anymore. And so I think that's a pretty significant question about how we deal with this. People are necessarily outraged at a time that the state is on fire, and we know the climate plays an important role in these issues. It's an important question. And so, I think I asked a public power representative about whether there was some approach that might work to have public power meet the same goals as IOUs, and I don't think they were very receptive to that concept, but I think that's one of our questions is there some policy that we would recommend to ensure that the climate is held harmless through the construction and operation of these facilities? And if so, sort of like, what is the best point of obligation? Like, who should that obligation fall upon? I mean, we have heard people say we have at least one concrete example of where the data centers themselves go out and find the electricity. And so that means that they're just bound by their own voluntary pledges, which may or may not be binding to them. And we've recently seen a lot of stories of companies that had pretty aggressive renewable energy or clean energy goals, varying from those policies as the need for power manifests itself. So that was a key question, and I think probably people have something to say about that one.
I might just chime in a little bit. I think early on when we were talking about community benefit agreements, I waffle a little bit whether there's a state interest, and maybe those things just really do belong in local control, and that the state doesn't have much to say about it unless the local entity needs some resources to make sure they can get it done. This feels very different. The greenhouse gas rules or targets are statewide. They show no boundaries. They should be regional, they should be national, but they're certainly statewide. And so it is a state interest. And so I think, we've asked the right question here, which is, given it's a state interest, given that COUs and IOUs make decisions differently, and we need to recognize that, how is it that we communicate and enforce a state interest and also respect that different decision-making framework? And I don't have an answer to that, but I think it's really important that we spend some time with it and get to an answer, or otherwise it's not really a statewide interest. We've been told, and I actually believe it, that most, maybe all COUs have a real interest in seeing these standards are met. And that the large hyperscalers are doing a good job and hitting them. They have voluntary commitments, but I feel a need to go further than voluntary commitments, so that there's the statewide interest isn't just implied; it's communicated and enforced in some way.
Great.
Yeah, and this is this difference between investor-owned utilities and community-owned utilities really comes into sharp relief on the energy and affordability section of our decision making. It seems challenging to ensure that the statewide interests around greenhouse gases and renewable energy portfolio standards and things like that that are generally handled through the PUC, the Public Utility Commission, which regulates investor-owned utilities, but they don't apply, or they apply differently to consumer-owned utilities. And so that's the case, both for affordability and for emissions profiles that we're grappling with. And we don't really, honestly, I think at least the energy sub-team doesn't have any simple solutions around that to ensure that new data centers that are not in investor-owned service territory abide by what the state has set out as our goals.
The question for me is IOU and the consumer owns. There's to me is a major difference is the generation. Most of the investor owns are generating their own electricity. COUs are purchasing it with the primary BPA contracts throughout the BPA territory. But as we saw that there are outside purchases, and almost at this point, almost all imported power, even though we know there's two major hyperscalers with the two largest renewable projects in Oregon right now, that will bring local power to those respective facilities. But again, those are having to be, as we learned, being wheeled through either the local utility, the COU, or a purchase agreements through the IOU. So we get into a lot of layers of conversation. I don't think it's I think the right direction is to talk IOU and COU, but I don't think I'm not sure that's how you address the issue. I think it's the purchase point is going to be the discussion and the generation point. And with as much imported power, I mean, I would like to no big secret here, but I would like to see generation of carbon-free, whether it be SMRs, advanced thermonuclear, that are close to the source or the need. But right now, I think if there was some way we could get definition on the imported power, which is the majority that we see being bought on the, at least at this point, until these two other facilities come on. And I don't know how to get there. So I'll leave it at that.
And maybe Greg, oh, sorry, Mike, do you want to, you go.
You already started.
All right. Greg, I think, mentioned this point, which is what's the point of regulation if the state has a hard time placing a GHG requirement on a COU, and I understand the sort of the decision-making framework of an IOU versus a COU. They are very different. Is the proper point of regulation the data center itself? It's not something I've thought deeply about, but these are new and unusual loads. Should large new loads, probably not just data centers, but all new large loads, have some greenhouse gas obligation? There certainly are voluntary commitments that imply a greenhouse gas commitment. And is there a reason to put that into something more formal? That would be a way forward that doesn't go astray of the state telling COUs how to run their own business. So anyway, it's one possible way through. I'm sure there are others.
I'm going to ask a question, and I don't know the answer. Are data centers designated as EITEs under the CPP? Sorry, a lot of acronyms there. Energy intensive trade exposed facilities under the Climate Protection Program?
I would doubt it. I don't know the answer for sure, but I actually think with all the tariffs that have been imposed, I have a hard time identifying any company that may be considered a trade exposed industry right now. But I don't know as a technical matter. I can't,
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't understand the logic for it. Their whole
Yeah.
point is that they are attached to fiber in the United States. And so you're not going to outsource that to, overseas, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm just posing that as a question just because, that mechanism may be, one of many potential options to kind of get data centers under some sort of climate umbrella, so to speak. But, hearing this conversation makes me realize, like, a theme that's popped up in every topic we touched on so far is like, what's the point of not necessarily regulation, but of management, of oversight or coordination, whatever the verb might be. This keeps on popping up, and I think it reflects the fact that these data centers are so new, they're so interdisciplinary in terms of their impacts, and that's just not the way we are set up as a state government apparatus to deal with something that new that quickly yet. So I just want to reiterate that. The other thing I want to bring up is that, like water, the timing of energy matters greatly, and whether if we can figure out some sort of opportunity to capture that in a finding and in a recommendation, so that we can help data centers become part of the solution when it comes to energy peak, when it comes to perhaps putting resources out there, whether they're batteries or other technologies that let us get to other ways to manage those peaks. I think the word flexibility can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But at the end of the day, I think there are more benefits than there are costs, or maybe the benefits outweigh the costs if we do it right. And maybe data centers, give us an opportunity to do that, because we've always thought of the grid as top down. We push electrons out and everyone else kind of takes what they may. But data centers, interestingly, give us the first real conversation we've had about demand, or the end user, the tail wagging the dog. And the grid is trying to figure out how to accommodate or deal with these data centers. And maybe that is a conversation that we can turn into a productive opportunity.
Interesting. Okay. Margie?
Just to key off of that point, Mike, thank you for raising all of that. We do have a legacy of this in the Pacific Northwest, when the Columbia River dams were installed and coexisted alongside the aluminum smelting plants. The smelting plants offered flexibility to the grid in, low water years or times where we needed to shave that peak. And so I've even looked at some of the old contracts that existed between the plants and the Bonneville Power Administration. But I do think we have a precedent. It's been a long time since we've had an industry with a significant enough power footprint to actually allow for that kind of flexibility. And I think I also, as we were talking, am reminiscent of one of the tours that we did where, somebody was like, this is not a flexible facility. This is not a flexible facility, and said it like about 50 times over the course of the 2 hours that we were looking at the facility. And also we are that place for research, development, and innovation. So like not today, but in a development cycle, in a 2-year, 3-year cycle, can we innovate in that way, or can the data centers innovate in that way? And that's a question I have for the data centers. Like, if you were going to provide 100 hours a year of flexibility to the grid as a whole, as a benefit in exchange for tapping into that grid, what would you want that to look like? What would be an appropriate, process for getting that into place, and how can we start to mature toward a more sophisticated industrial footprint and energy system as a whole, to keep rates low for people and make those generational investments that we haven't made for multiple generations that are necessary, regardless of whether or not we continue to see data center development here. And I'm talking specifically about the transmission system. So those are some of the thoughts I have related to energy.
Yeah, and I think that really takes us into a broader discussion about flexibility at peak, and also sort of grid optimization and investment. We build our electricity systems, everyone knows, for peak use. And so to the extent you're able to have some flexibility about what that peak is, you can really prevent a lot of expenditures. And there's aspects of this that are very hard for us to understand, just not operating and owning a data center and knowing what goes on inside of them. Like, how much flexibility do they have in their workload management? Um, you know, we know from some of the information we've received that there's the next generation of data center may have a lot of flexibility in its demand. We don't have those in Oregon, but that's something. Using batteries is another way to potentially address that. Um, and if you don't, we've heard the must-run facility thing about many of these data centers, and it's also important to note that even states like Texas are saying, no, wait a minute, uh, i- if this means like if we're going to be looking at a blackout, then you're going to have to curtail your operations. And
Mhm.
it makes me, one of the things I've wondered about is there's a 1970s law here in Oregon that requires every electricity service provider to come up with a curtailment plan. And I think that could be something that we might want to ask to be updated, because I think many of them probably have updated them, but to make it transparent. So are we really going to face a situation in which you're in a long stretch of the winter, and there's not enough electricity supply? Are we really going to cut off residences so that data centers can operate? Is that really what we should be doing? And so I think um, asking data centers to think about their curtailment plans and prioritize it and make that transparent, I think could be a service to everybody. Um, we also, maybe I'll just, and for the sake of time, lay out some of the stuff that we thought about on grid optimization and investment, which is, as we have talked about, we had this sort of case study of Minnesota, and I think in that case it was a deal between Google and an investor-owned utility in that state, and Google sort of, I think, described it as the deal that they made as sort of a North Star of energy agreements, and there what they were doing, which I think is hard to find fault with. I think it seems very good. Is they said, hey, we're going to invest in this data center in your state, and as part of that, we're going to invest in long duration batteries, 300 megawatts, I believe it was. We're going to invest in renewable energy. We're going to invest in distributed batteries as well. And that was a way that really went to addressing the concerns in Minnesota about whether their clean energy goals would be met. And I think that's an interesting thing for us to think about. It may be that kind of agreement could be done in investor-owned areas of our state through the Special Contract Authority of the Power Act, but I think there's a number of questions there about how that's encouraged, how it's facilitated, and what the specific mechanisms are. So maybe I'll just throw those ideas out there about peak grid and investments and flexibility for additional comments if anyone has. I know probably my colleagues on the energy subcommittee will have something to say about it.
Which of you would like to go first? Jean? Bill?
I'll jump in just on the issue I seem to always talk about, which is this flexibility at peak. I really think it's not, there's no golden ring here, but it's a piece of this that we can't leave behind. There'll be great grid benefits, affordability savings if we can have flexible facilities. And flexible facilities will save money for everybody, and some of that benefit should flow to through to the data center. So there should be benefits felt. If there are true savings of flexibility, then some of those should flow through to the entity that is providing that flexibility, in my mind. Complicated, got to get everything sort of aligned, and that's not easily done. We've heard that that's maybe less important than speed to power, and that raises sort of a whole big question in my mind. We've been, I think, it's been suggested to us that speed to power is the most important variable. So whether it's energy or water or whatever, if you can provide speed to power, that will motivate data centers to do amazing and potentially expensive things. I would love to see an example, a regulatory example, where speed to power is offered for what I'll call it, Herculean work on the side of the data center. It's a pretty complicated concept. We're slow to permit things in Oregon, and I don't know that there's some greased slide anywhere that if you did X, Y, Z, that you could actually get permitted more quickly. I think it's a really interesting concept, but something that's really hard to operationalize.
Can I just jump in there before you, Mike?
Yeah.
So this concept of flexibility at peak is obviously huge, because if we looked at some studies that said by 2030 we need 9 gigawatts of new generation in order to meet a potential winter storm event. And because of so many reasons, we're not going to get 9 new gigawatts before 2030. We do have an extensive existing grid, and investment has not been put into that grid. I mean, I don't know what the average age of our grid is, but it's got to be in excess of 30 years. It might be closer to 50 years for transmission and distribution lines. And what that means is that you can't just build new generation if you can't move the electrons on the lines. And so any way that you can make that grid more efficient, so take what you've got now and actually squeeze some more electron moving capacity out of it, and make it more flexible, that is going to be a much better, quicker way to bring on new green resources, to align with the state's goals. And one thing to me that was super interesting, actually, it's a bucket of things. It seems like there are a lot of newer technologies and approaches to managing the grid and to managing both the generation and transmission resources on the grid. I'm not sure, in order to achieve that efficiency more quickly, I'm not sure we really have incentives in place for any of the utilities, investor-owned or consumer-owned utilities, to pursue those things. So should we be looking at more cutting edge, and I don't mean like risky technologies that may not work, but I mean things that are being used in other places, look to those as things that we could require to be used here before we, the risk is the thing that I worry a lot about, and I know this is happening in a lot of other states. Right now we have this cap on fossil-fired generation of 30 megawatts. We also, I believe, have a prohibition against any new nuclear, which nuclear is a separate issue. But in terms of fossil, we're seeing the federal government literally rolling back regulations to allow data centers to build huge amounts of fossil fuel generation, which not only creates greenhouse gases, it also creates local, really bad air pollution, as we've seen. So can we create either incentives or regulations to bring in newer solutions to using the existing grid that we have in a much more efficient way?
And you said it better than I could have. I just want to say, I really do feel like there's an alignment of interest. I think data centers need the grid to work better, faster, cheaper, and so do we as Oregonians. And if we can figure out mechanisms, ways to capitalize upon that, or use that to our advantage, it seems like there's a win-win opportunity in there.
Yeah, I hope that's really the case, and I think we can help them live up to their better angels, because we have these good goals. But even just last week there was a major data center company that abandoned its renewable energy goals, and because of the gas plants it was building. And so I think providing some structure that helps them realize the best of themselves, I think there's something there. And I think we just add another question here, which is we do have a number of EPA actions. There's a turbine rule, there's the Title IV rule I mentioned earlier. And I think understanding is if there's a state response necessary for these things. If that's going to expose Oregonians to more air pollution because of federal action, this builds on what Jean said. I think that's another area that would be worthwhile to focus on or to learn more about.
I think before we break for lunch,
Yes.
I just want to note, as people are coming into the call, I just want to note what we've been posting in the chat, that the purpose of today is for the committee to deliberate on the information that we have received so far, and to just have that conversation in front of all of the public who wants to engage in this conversation leading up to what will be in the preliminary findings report. Some of you are feeling antsy about responding today to some of the questions that we are asking, and I wanted to let you know, just to remind you, this is the content of the preliminary findings report that will be issued in early September. There will be 30 days of public comment, 30 days for people to have the ability to comment on the plan before, and then we will go into the process of incorporating those comments into what would then be the final report to the governor that would come out later this fall. In addition to that, on September 23rd, we are going to have a listening session from 4 to 7 p.m. And we want to time that in the middle of that public comment period so that we have an opportunity for those of you that don't have time capacity to put down written comments. You will have the opportunity to testify, or for those of you that want to reinforce things that are in your written comments, we will be available during that time as well to listen to whatever it is that you want to have to say. So I just want to emphasize again, don't feel like you have to answer these questions today. We look forward to continuing to better understand some of the things that we're raising as we move forward with this process over the next couple of months. With that, I'll turn it back to Donna.
Okie dokie. Thank you for doing that. We are going to take a half-hour break now. Actually, it's going to be now a little less than that. It's going to be 28 minutes. But we'll resume at 12:30. We are going to take a break, let everybody get up and stretch, grab whatever it is that you want to eat. I'm going to pause the recording in just a minute, and I want to thank everybody for being patient with us here today. As Margie was just saying, please don't ping the Department of Energy to say it's not working. This isn't their system, it's our system. And it's done this way on purpose. So sorry it's frustrating for you. And I'll see everybody, all the Data Center Advisory Committee folks back here at 12:30. Thank you so much. This has been going really well. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Well, welcome back. It's 12:30. Thank you for the break, everybody. And we're glad to be back with you again here. We've been going through the economic development, workforce, water, land use, and energy issues. And now we are pressing into the energy affordability issues. So, Greg, I think I'm turning this back to you for this part. You and Bill and Jean again.
Great. I'm happy to sort of kick it off.
Yeah, and can I just say one more time in case people are joining us for the first time now? We do have the chat and the question and answer functions paused for this meeting because this is a work session of the committee itself. And we apologize for the frustration that that's caused some of you and appreciate you understanding that if we were in person, you wouldn't have an opportunity to ask them anything. So we're doing the same thing online. Okay. All right. Take it away, Greg.
Sure, happy to do it. So I think it's probably everyone knows that there's a lot of public concern about data centers. And I think some of that concern is rooted in increasing energy prices. There's definitely an affordability crisis happening, and people are very concerned. The public polling in Oregon shows that people feel that their energy bills, utility bills generally, are growing too quickly, and that they're having a hard time with them. So I think affordability is a very important issue. At the same time, there's a lot of causes for that, and I think maybe while it's definitely true that as you bring in large sources of electricity, you're going to see increases in the marginal cost of electricity. I think there's a lot of reasons for increased costs of utility bills. And just just as an anecdote, but it's illustrative. I received, just as a consumer of electricity from my electricity provider, I received a note yesterday about their rates going up, and they indicated that it costs 48% more to generate electricity now, to provide electricity, than it did in 2016, and names things like the COVID supply disruptions, the imposed tariffs, which make essential products much more expensive than they used to be. And they say, for example, a transformer is, almost 250% more now than it was in 2020. And so, so those are some of the reasons. Wildfires is another one that's impacting certain areas, and the required resilience. Anyway, I don't say this to scapegoat data centers at all, but just to say, hey, there's a lot of reasons, and those are important reasons. And there's also just the fact that we have a lot of aging infrastructure that we haven't updated. Having said all that, the charge of this committee, I think, is to focus on data center involvement and their relationship with affordability issues. And it necessarily took us to examination of Oregon's Power Act, which seems like it is really kind of leading nationally as far as legal requirements to ensure that large loads pay their own way, and that those costs are not going to be imposed upon residential customers. So it does things like it does minimum contract lengths, it does exit fees, it does we just saw the first order come out with regard to PGE, and that was really interesting. It has a dedicated fee for energy efficiency investments. While it has rates going up for data centers and coming down for residential customers, all that's in the context of rates overall going up. So it's not like it's solving everyone's issues, but it is important. And it also ensures that that these new large loads are not going to interfere with achievement of the greenhouse gas goals that the state legislature has adopted. So Power Act applies to investor-owned utilities. So again, we're in a situation, it doesn't apply to community-owned utilities. But I really think, and everyone can chime in on this, all the information we received was that the CUUs are doing a good job of shielding those residential customers from data center expenses. We got a presentation from an Eastern public power utility that basically showed that as data center load grew, those costs were being borne by the data centers and not by customers. I think that was interesting. And so I think that as we looked at this, we ended up wondering what additional steps we should be looking at to address the affordability issue. We didn't find immediate flaws with the Power Act, I don't think. I think that's safe to say. And we also haven't found a lot of failings elsewhere. So maybe with that, I'll kick it open for anybody who would like to weigh in on this.
I'm not sure. Are we do the hand raising thing? I feel like I should, but there's so few of us that I feel like we're all kind of being fluid. So maybe I'm going to first suggest that we don't have to raise hands and we're all able to jump in.
I think if a bunch of you at the same time are interested in talking, that's one thing. But I think what I've been watching is, you're turning your microphones on or off at the right time and indicating to others. It's small enough that you can do that. So go ahead, Mike.
All right, just trying to make sure I'm doing the proper protocol here. Thanks for that summary, Greg. The one thing that I wanted to add to that is that the Power Act, as I have come to understand it, is a nice sandbox into which growth pays for growth, power, infrastructure for data centers. That's infrastructure used to power data centers goes into that sandbox and stays in that sandbox, which I think has its merits. And we have gotten credit where credit's due for leading the way on that front. Where my thoughts go to, though, are things that we heard from other states. Minnesota, to go back to that example, seem to have figured out ways or incentives or mechanisms so that benefits, the costs stay in the sandbox, but benefits can flow beyond. I want to make sure that we keep our eye on those kinds of opportunities. If the Power Act and its implementation are so strict that the costs and the benefits both stay in that sandbox, then I think we get we lose out on some of the upside opportunities. I look at the energy infrastructure that we have, as we were talking about prior to lunch. there's a lot of need for investment. There's a lot of need for innovation, and there's a lot of need for just, not only rebuilding the system so that it's worked the way it always has, but investing into it so that it can continue to power the future prosperity of our state. And I feel that that data centers, like I mentioned before, there's an alignment of interest there, and I want to make sure that we don't inadvertently limit the benefits in the act of constraining the costs in that way. But with regard to the COUs, this is a tricky one. We keep encountering this. I'm not going to call it a divide because I don't think it is that, but I think it's a distinction, which is that part of the state looks one way and operates one way, and another part of the state operates differently. In most of the eastern part of the state, we have mostly consumer-owned utilities, and they have a certain operating paradigm. And we can't do a one-size-fits-all because the systems and the landscape are different. But at the same time, I think we can drive towards similar outcomes, even if we have to approach them from different paths, perhaps. And so, we know that infrastructure investment that increases reliability for one big data center, for example, can increase reliability for all the customers in that area. And those are, I think, that's one example of some of the benefits that I think we should, try to encourage, even if we might have to take different paths in different parts of the state to get there.
Maybe saying some of the same things, but maybe using different words. I'll be careful not to say exactly the same thing. I appreciate the sandbox analogy. We brought Google and Minnesota in for a reason. I think we were really attracted by some of that investment. So we aren't successful if our system isn't having data centers rewires by the distribution system. If they're not bringing 3-day batteries to the system, those are going to have long-term benefits in terms of reducing costs. And if we've that doesn't incent that, then we have a problem. Again, a question I think still lingers: how do you get that into our system? Because it's going to be really important to get those kind of investments. And then Mike also talked about the COUs and costs. We've been told, and I think I really sort of by this, which is if costs go dramatically up for residential customers in a COU territory, the elected officials will get voted out. I tend to believe that that's probably true. I don't know that that's enough of a protection. And I feel that's a little different than state interest in greenhouse gas reductions. People are intensely aware of their rates that they pay every month for good reason, and probably vote with them in mind when electing utility leaders. Greenhouse gases may be less top of mind, more of a sort of a broad state interest than a local interest. So those are both, I think, things that we're wrestling with on the affordability question. But I think those are sort of those pinpoint the two problems we're still wrestling with. So love to hear people's comments on them.
Yeah, I would jump back in unless there's someone else. I think it's important to realize that the costs imposed by data centers on electricity aren't limited to the service territory in which they operate. That when I say, they drive up the marginal cost, as the more demand you have for a limited market, the more everyone pays for that electricity. So the problem is that it's hard. What is a policy that can address that market effect? Certainly, you can invest in efficiency to help people use less electricity. So even as you see that, you can help try to back down that cost curve a little bit through demand reduction. And that's, I think, what the PGE order from the PUC is attempting to get at. We don't have that statewide. That's not happening everywhere right now. And, to Bill's point about, I don't think any of us really think we have the basis to suggest new governance structures for COUs. But, there was this sort of novel idea put out in Washington. It would be interesting to get public comment about it, in which they said, hey, these are some of the the legislature proposed, and this was not enacted, but the legislature proposed, hey, these are the qualities the values that we want in electricity. We want affordability. We want to shield residential customers from data center costs, um, and to that end, we think every utility should talk to its governance structure about how to adopt a policy to achieve that. And so, we kind of have that with the Power Act, where we have PGE and the PUC providing that regulatory oversight. We don't have it for the COUs, and applying that to the COUs would mean they simply talk to their board about it. Is prompting that question, is that a good idea? Is that enough of an idea? I mean, I think that's some of the questions it would
I
be great
just
to hear
riddle
feedback.
on needle on that for a sec because
Mhm.
I go back to the public comments, the written public comments that we've received to date, and energy and affordability make up almost 40% of the total public comments that we've received. And the main sentiment from a lot of those people writing in want to make sure that we have enough energy to supply data centers, or they want a moratorium on data centers because they're worried about the exacerbation of a lot of the problems that we've talked about so far today, and then also making sure that the cost of that new development is borne by the data centers themselves, not by individual ratepayers in that utility territory. I would also note it's really interesting that um, we did not receive any comments, let alone comments on energy and affordability from Umatilla County, Morrow County, Crook County, or the Dalles. Like, we did not receive any comments on energy and affordability from those eastern counties where data center development has occurred, where you would overlap in most cases with a consumer-owned utility or a public utility. And so I would like say to people listening in today, if you are from an eastern county and you do have questions or concerns about energy affordability in your utility area, it would be really helpful for you to submit a comment to us or to show up and provide public comment on, specifically what those are, so we understand better. Is there an issue in Eastern, or is there not an issue, as we, look forward to figure out what's the best strategy moving forward? So I just thought that was really interesting to point out. And then a lot of those comments were pretty general. And then, the order that came through with PGE and the Power Act happened kind of at a pretty late phase of our process. It happened between the June and the July meetings. And so for those who were submitting public comments before that order was issued by the Public Utility Commission, I would also be curious, like, is the Power Act sufficient to address the concerns that you have? And if not, what specifically do we need to look at, modifying within the Power Act, or potentially recommending that is modified within the Power Act to address those gaps and what's not covered? So those are some of the questions that I have about that.
I'm going to jump in just for a second, and I don't mean to make this a bigger picture, but when we talk power in Eastern Oregon and Southern Oregon, there's the expense and the cost right now is not, and most everybody understands, is not data center driven. It is wildfire driven. The expense, Pacific Core, I can't remember the exact percentage of their cost rate, is recouping wildfire rates. Right now, the biggest concern in Eastern and Southern Oregon is automatic shutdowns of power for hours at a time by the investor-owned utilities to self-protect their liabilities for forest fires. And Pilot Rock or Pendleton or Weston actually got shut down for power during the Dry Creek fire and was unable to pump water because they don't have a generator backup. Those concerns are top of mind, and those expenses are top of mind right now. how is there a path to kind of cure those or help those with our discussion, where our the COUs just don't have those kind of, they have the same issues, they just have approached them differently. So I think we need to be careful not to lump all of the angst with power rates and utilities into one basket. It's a drop down box right now. Pick your favorite influence. I just want to make sure that that's part of the discussion.
Good. Yeah, thank you for that, Dan. Mike?
There's a whole bucket of things, and this is me being an energy nerd, so sorry if I'm going to geek out for a second here, but there's a whole bucket of energy things that I think many people have gotten excited about, but we haven't figured out a way to get them over the line or into the mainstream. And I find myself wondering if data centers can help us here. The kind of things I have in mind are things like I think the latest one is GETS. These are transmission technologies that let us, improve the ratings online so that we can get more capacity out of existing infrastructure, or non-wireless alternatives that let us, GETS is grid enhancing technologies for those of you who aren't in the acronym world that I live in. Non-wireless alternatives where we can figure out ways to use, say, energy storage as an alternative to building out new transformer infrastructure, or new transmission infrastructure, so that we can get more out of a substation, and that might be able to do it more cost effectively, or faster, or cleaner, or both. And I want to pose this idea that because we have to think differently about data centers, because they don't have we have to invent a set of ways to reckon with them in our policy frameworks. Perhaps this is an alternative for us to also get these kinds of technologies into the mix. I don't know how to connect those dots explicitly yet, but I'm thinking about could data centers help accelerate deployment of non-wireless alternatives or grid enhancing technologies in ways that help us solve energy problems that many of us have been wrestling with for a long time, and that these novel solutions could help us solve more quickly, but they don't fit neatly in the box of our existing regulatory structures either. So I don't know if two odd birds make for an eagle that can soar, but that's kind of where I find myself thinking sometimes.
Okay, that's a new one. Never heard that one, but I like that. Thank you, Mike.
And I think what you're pointing to there is just this basic connection that there's a couple levers to pull as far as affordability goes. And maybe this is oversimplifying what you're saying, but efficiency can be a big part of that. So not only can the tools we talked about and sit in grid investment and distribution level investment from the energy section, but that can also be really, really helpful on the affordability side.
Right, and we already are seeing, I think in the Power Act implementation, there's already some mechanism that's pulling resources into helping Oregonians improve their energy efficiency deployments that are for things that are not already capable of being funded by existing mechanisms. That's the kind of step that I think is really exciting.
Mm-hmm. Good. Others want to weigh in here? Highlighting anything you're thinking about?
Okay, my mic's still on. I'll go there.
Okay.
we talked earlier about flexibility, and I'm not sure how true it is here in Oregon, but I think in general, our electricity grid is built for peak, and that last 10% of power, or the most expensive most difficult 10% of power, is often the most expensive, and something like 1% of our infrastructure results in over 10% of our costs. as a national average I've heard before. That also seems to me like an opportunity. From an affordability perspective, if we can figure out ways to align data centers to help address that 1% of the hours of the year that are the most expensive, in ways that can flow through those benefits that might exceed 10% of our cost structure, to help Oregonians, with affordability. That too would seem like a win-win. I think there's, I don't know what the numbers are here in our region. I think they're a little bit different, but it is disproportionate is kind of where I'm thinking.
Yeah. Also on affordability, one of the things that we learned, or I learned quite a bit about, was some things related to energy efficiency. And obviously, we have the Energy Trust of Oregon that I believe is funded by fees from the investor-owned utilities. I think there's something comparable with BPA. But it does strike me that affordability doesn't just mean the cost of electricity to individuals. It doesn't just mean like the rate class or the dollar or the cents per kilowatt hour. It also means just the overall cost. And energy efficiency can be used to really drive down overall costs especially for lower income people. And I think Bob Jenks had a couple of interesting examples, one of which was, looking at a lot of people live in trailers, lower income people live in trailers, and they are not weatherized, they're not modern, they're old. If you were to just replace those trailers, and they're not that expensive, that might be a huge positive impact on affordability for electricity for lower income people. That was just one example. There are many other energy efficiency examples. And I guess what I haven't really figured out, but would like to explore further, is how can we drive additional investment in energy efficiency throughout the state to drive down costs, particularly for lower income folks.
Very good. Okay.
Maybe
Bill?
a bit of a different topic, but maybe worth mention. We certainly hear from people, a lot of people, that they want a moratorium on data centers. Sometimes that's driven, at least taking them for what they're saying at face value. Sometimes that's driven by environmental impacts of data centers, and sometimes that's driven by affordability. I just want to acknowledge that it's something we've heard a lot, and so it's taken in, like the public comment that we so appreciate. For me, what I wouldn't want to have happen is that we're getting our regulatory structure put together, that we're thinking hard about these affordability questions, and that there's a race to get under the bar while we're doing that. And for me, that's not really a moratorium. That's a pause of some sort while we get our act together. And I think we're doing exactly the right thing as a group. I think we're hearing from the experts we should be hearing from, and as well as the broad general public. I just put that on the table as something that at least I'm thinking about, which is that it's going to take a minute for us to come to our recommendations and for us to have those recommendations implemented. Not every recommendation we come up with will be implemented, but some will be regulatory, some may be legislative, some may be executive orders. Hard to tell at this point, but it's going to take a minute. And I'd like to see data centers come through based on this structure that we put in place. I won't probably call that a moratorium, but I would call it trying to put in get things in sync.
I'm glad you raised that, Bill. In my mind, at least, I am thinking along the lines of, there needs to be a better deal. The way things have worked so far is probably not how things should work going forward when it comes to data centers and the way that they fit into our incentive structures and in our economic system. There needs to be an upgrade, and whether it's a moratorium on the existing set of tools that we have, and using that as a way to draw a line between what's going to come next going forward, or is it a moratorium on data centers of a certain type or a certain size or a certain class, or by some metric that we might find useful. I think the word moratorium is usually considered an all or none kind of a term, and I'd like to believe that there are ways that we can be more nuanced about how we deploy the recommendations that we're going to make, so that it doesn't have to be black and white, but can actually be a sort of a technicolor way of making things better, as opposed to doing everything or nothing.
Okay.
I would just thank everybody for a lot of thoughtful build out on my initial thing, which I think was a little bit too cursory. So I think a lot of great points made.
Yeah, it's meant to be a discussion. You led the group into it, so thanks for doing that, Greg. Anything else on energy and affordability issues, or energy affordability issues right now?
It's broader than energy and affordability, but just in case it doesn't come up, it matters how we compare with other states. There's both a race for the bottom, and there's rules that are so stringent that no data center would ever locate here. And I feel like a little bit feeling our way in the dark a bit. Maybe that's the only way to do this, is to sort of feel our way. In the best of all worlds, there'd be this spreadsheet that showed all the rules and kind of the cost they all impose on data centers, and we would know where we were shooting. Because I think we're not looking. I think we've heard the term a cheap date. We're not looking for that, but we're also, perhaps, I won't speak for the committee, we're not looking for something that no data center would ever bring a shovel to Oregon for. So I'm just putting that on the table. If there's good information, there probably isn't, because this is so fast moving, but that sure would be helpful. It's not going to be perfect, but it would be useful to know. And of course, there's all sorts of variables about why a data center would locate here. Some of those have to do with state and local requirements, but some of those have to do with natural desirability, say. Anyway, I'm just putting that out on the table.
I love that idea, Bill. A race to the bottom, a race to the top. Can we encourage a race to that top? Mm-hmm. Sorry, Dan.
I appreciate the discussion for sure, and I think it's really good. But to me, it sounds like there's a lot of thought at a state level, but not a local level. There's impacts. When you talk about statewide actions, whether it be a pause or a moratorium or whatever the definition you use, that impacts locally a lot more than you feel it at a state level. And I think when you have those discussions, that you need to be extremely careful on your intention and what the goal is of that. Are you setting a pause or a moratorium on people to catch up with a certain area or certain standards that have been established by construction that's already done? The fast changing technology that we see on the innovation and research. Do you want to stop that just so others can catch up? Or are you actually saying we need everybody to be at the same level? Or I think a moratorium or a pause or a break, that discussion is extremely, you need to be extremely careful with that, because you're not just talking to the data center industry. Now you're a state saying we will pick out one industry and talk about a moratorium if it doesn't fit what our view is at a state level. So all I'm doing is just cautioning, and those discussions are, I know, really broad, and I'm not sure it's part of our scope, but I just kind of cringe each time I hear those, because it means so much different to everybody. So thank you.
I hear you, Dan. And for me, it's really just a moment to get this structure put together, not to send a message that they're whatever, these are undesirable, but it's definitely worth more conversation amongst the group.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that you all have mentioned that part of that conversation stems from information that you've been hearing from the public, that was a large portion of the comments that you have received so far, and I hear moratorium has a couple of different meanings. One is to suspend entirely, but it also means to pause or delay. So I think, Dan, what I'm hearing you say is, if there's anything like that, make sure you're really clear about which one you're approaching here. So, just want to underscore that. All right, Greg, Jean, Bill, or anybody, is there anything more you want to say here, or are we just about ready to move to our next one, which is the tax incentives and revenue issues? Jean says, yes, we're ready to move. I think that's what that means. Could be either one, right? But I'm assuming it was let's move on. Okay. All right. Terrific. Well, thank you very much, the three of you, for tackling the energy and the energy affordability topics for everyone, for recapping, leading us into this conversation. It's been really important to have. And let's move to the tax incentives and revenue issues now. Margie, is that you again?
I think I've got that one.
Mike's got that one. Thanks. That's right.
Margie's like, whew.
Sorry, Margie, you didn't mean
I
to give
thought
you a
I
hard
didn't
time.
complete my homework, and I
This
was
is the one that we assigned to Tim, remember? Because Tim wasn't in the room when we
Yeah.
were assigning, and we're like, oh, Tim will do it. And of course, Tim is not here today. So I'm picking up this ball. I'm going to run with it, but I won't do as good a job as Tim would have done, I'm sure. So I'll do my best. So this was, a topic that got added to our list along the way. And it's also a topic where, it's in my mind, kind of materially different from many of the other topics we've addressed. Most of the issues that we dove into are kind of resource oriented. There's a finite amount of X, Y, or Z, and how do we use it best to make sure the data centers are responsible stewards of that resource. But revenues and incentives is different in a lot of ways. So as you hear me stumble through my understanding, my takeaways, my learnings from this, I encourage you to add in and correct and share your perspectives on things, because most of my stuff are hot takes at this point. I'm not an expert in this area. I learned very much from square one on most of this. So on revenue incentives, we started off with presentations, as we like to do, from our state agencies. So we had folks from Department of Revenue, Business Oregon, as well as a local representative from Morrow County, to help us to understand sort of the mechanics of how do these incentive programs work, how do the revenues flow, what goes in, what goes out, and kind of how do we follow the money. The takeaway that emerged for me from this is, as we go back to our kind of mantra of what is a state interest, the clear state interest that emerged to me out of this is that these, the incentives that we offer in Oregon are largely at the local level. These are property tax abatements, and so property taxes are local taxes. And so when I find myself thinking, okay, what is the state interest here? The thread that emerged most clearly for me was it's in school funding, because the enterprise zone programs have a school funding mechanism that help to make sure that even though we're abating local taxes, that the school funding is not cut out of that. And so that for me was, kind of the first takeaway, which is school funding is where I want to follow that money most closely. We also heard from Ellen Harpel from Smart Incentives to give us kind of some context around sort of how does Oregon fit into and compete within the national context when it comes to data center incentives. For me, the quick takeaways were that most states have a sales tax. We do not. In many places that do have sales taxes, they do. That's their incentive, is that they'll give some sort of tax break with regard to the sales tax in that state for data center equipment. And so, because we don't have a sales tax, we already have a head start. And our tool is on the property taxes. And so that local taxes are really kind of our lever into that. Jody Weiser from Tax Fairness Oregon, made the case that maybe because we don't have sales taxes and we are already offering property taxes, maybe we don't need to do all that. Maybe we're already competitive. Maybe we're giving away too much. And those are fair questions to ask. It's impossible to know because it's theoretical. Like, if we didn't offer property taxes, abatement, what would have happened differently? And I think, these are exercises that maybe going forward, we can find opportunities to probe, to test, to better understand sort of what we need. My understanding is that a lot of the advantages that Oregon has in terms of climate, in terms of land availability, in terms of infrastructure, and in terms of fiber, are somewhat unique. And that makes us an attractive place on the West Coast because we have access to the Asian Pacific communication infrastructure. We have at least until for a long time we've had extra power. I don't know if that's still the case. And we have a cool climate. And then we've got property tax abatements that sweeten the pot. So do we need all of those? Fair question. From the school funding perspective, this is where, for me, it really kind of got wonky and interesting. We heard from the Hermiston School District. We also heard from Vanessa Clark over at the Department of Education around sort of how do the choices that we make from an incentives perspective affect the education system that is in part funded by local tax dollars. And my takeaway here is that it sort of like, Greg, when you were talking about sort of the indirect costs of energy at the margin having an impact on affordability for everybody, it's sort of akin to that in my mind, which is that as we abate local taxes and do a school support fee in lieu of taxes, the choices that we make there have an impact, but it's indirect. It's not immaterial, but it is indirect. And so, I think there's room to be more thoughtful around how do we make sure that we're sending the right signals. What might be in the interest of a locality from a negotiation perspective may end up having impacts that affect everybody, on a measurable basis. And so I think shining a light on that was helpful for me to learn about this, to better understand it. And then last but not least, we heard from folks at the Boardman Chamber. We heard a leader from the city of Prineville sharing their thoughts on sort of what works, what doesn't, what might we do differently, what do we get out of the abatements that we already are giving away. My takeaway here is that those abatements, that's a number that we can measure, but what's harder to measure are what do we get in exchange for that. Some of it comes in the form of things that show up in a community benefit agreement, but a lot of it doesn't. Having a better way to keep track of, to document, to help communities help each other when it comes to those kinds of things, I think would be a benefit that we might be able to justify as being in the state's interest overall, even though they are very local choices and local benefits. Last but not least, here was an aha, which was Echo Northwest study gave us a number. I don't have it at my fingertips, but gave us a number that I thought was surprising, given how much conversation we have had around incentives and tax abatements. Gave us a number that I remember, thinking, oh, it was the first time we saw how much tax revenue was actually taken in at the local level. And that made me realize there's an asymmetry around what we know. It's easier to keep track of what we've given away, harder to keep track of what we've taken in, and even harder than that to keep track of what we've gotten in exchange. And that information asymmetry seemed to me to be something that we should fix. So those are my takeaways. We can get into the schools, the state school fund, which is complicated but interesting and significant. I've also got some notes here around sort of, the disparities between Eastern and Western Oregon when it comes to the impacts of these abatements, perhaps. We can get into some of the directional considerations that I've got in mind. But I hope this gives us an overview and jogs our memories, even though it was a recent conversation that we had.
Good job. Okay. Thank you, Mike. Michael, whichever you want to be today. Greg?
Yeah, thanks for that, Michael. I think particularly with regard to the school support fees, it's sort of the legislature. I feel like the local school districts are put in kind of a not the best position where they have to choose how much of a support fee they're going to impose. And that's, 15 to 30% is the number. And yet, as we explored, it is the entirely rational decision of a local community to say, well, we'll take the least amount because our schools will not really be adversely affected because the rest of the state is gonna
Equalize.
Equalize it, yeah. And then that frees up headroom for us to do side agreements and community benefits agreements with the facility. It's just another example of where the absolutely rational local decision doesn't necessarily factor in the statewide concerns. And so I think it's appropriate to revisit that. If the right number is 15, the law should just say 15, and then we should take it from there, and figure it out. But I feel like giving them agency to do that and make a self-serving number that's to the disadvantage of the general fund and the school systems statewide, that just doesn't strike me as a very good policy. I think it would be better to really scrutinize this and figure out what is the best thing for all the schools, for every school district in the state.
I don't disagree, Greg, but I don't see where we disadvantage the state because it's an elective amount that was set by the legislature. It used to be zero. So I guess I'm not sure where we disenfranchise the state other than this ambiguous 15 to 30%. It hasn't changed the student formula. And so there may be a path to I think it's a great question to put into our question bucket, because I think there may be path to not just locally being a contributor, but there may be a path to a state. I'm not going to call it a solution, but a suggestion as we move forward. But it's a tough one because it went from 0 to 15 to 30, and the state formula per student has not changed. I mean, it's still a legislatively set formula. It's not a built upon formula, and I guess that's the discouraging part at the local level.
I think we're both right, or you guys are both right. It is a legislatively determined formula, and it is also a local choice that has implications for the state. I guess when I tried to frame it up, maybe I wasn't being articulate enough, but I was thinking of it as the choices made at the local level affect the choices that can be made, or the resources available that can be made available for choices at the state level. And so it's indirect, it's a bank shot, but I think it can be material once the numbers get large enough. Does that capture kind of the both
I
and?
guess, yeah, no, I'm not arguing with either of you. It's that the local property tax is still a local property tax. And now we've never done that before, is sent that property tax back, the local property tax back to the state to be distributed around the state, other than the main formula, which is always there. What I'm saying is that formula doesn't change. So
I think we heard from the Oregon Department of Education the formula absolutely doesn't change. But if you have a lower contribution by a county, then the amount provided by the state increases. And I think the real correction that we received from the incentive conversation to our last meeting was that although the legislature doesn't, keeps the same formula, the amount of bread that all the peanut butter has to cover, the bread stays the same, but you get less peanut butter if one group ends up if one district ends up collecting less resources. And so her back of the envelope numbers were something like, if you have $400 million in tax abatements, a medium-sized school district is probably going to have about $500,000 less than it otherwise would. So that's the only reason I'm having the reaction that I'm having, is I think those were compelling numbers to me to be thoughtful about that. And plus I think, as I was trying to say, just putting the local school districts in the position where they have to impose a fee, collect the fee. We've seen local headlines where they don't like that job. It's not why they got into education. And I think a focus on that makes a lot of sense.
I know an OEA lobbied for that. The local school districts were not quite as excited.
As a reminder,
sorry, go ahead, Mike.
I was just going to say, as a reminder, I think these are all back of envelope numbers that we were presented also, because not every dollar of those abatements goes into the school fund. So it was just a way of us understanding the mechanics. But point taken. Sorry, Maggie.
I was just gonna say, like, that's another thing I'd love input on, especially from the school districts, is if we are going to continue to offer, to have the long-term enterprise zone and short-term enterprise zone agreements for data centers, and there continues to be that, common school fee, or whatever the exact name of it is there a better way to govern that? Like, is there a better governance structure than requiring school districts to serve as tax collectors? Or maybe that was all hashed out in the legislature, and this is the best way to structure that came out of the legislative process. But that's one, for anybody working with the school boards, if there's a better way of doing it, or you have comment on that, I would really welcome knowing what those specific recommendations are.
I think that's a perfect question from our findings, to be honest. I really do.
The other thing I would be remiss if I didn't say is that, that we received the most amount of comments about energy and affordability. Second highest, and like a very close second, was ending all tax incentives for data centers. So we've heard very loudly and clearly from a pretty significant majority of commenters that they do not want to use any tax dollars whatsoever to abate, or not that, sorry, let me rephrase. They do not want to abate any taxes for data center development. So I just want to note that for folks listening in as well.
Good. Okay. What else on this topic? Mike, there you go.
So maybe this is a chance for me to kind of do my funneling again into some of the buckets that emerged for me that might be able to focus our attention towards. You're going to hear me say this over and over. we just don't have good data. Like I said before, the fact that we didn't until our very last meeting, get a look at sort of what is the tax revenue that's taken in at the local level, even though we've been hearing as drumbeat all along how much we're being abated, reminded me that there's a lot more that we can and maybe should do when it comes to just getting unified, consistent reporting on these exemptions and the revenues and school support fees and all those kind of features that put together. Sorry, my dog is excited. And so having some sort of consistent reporting for these kinds of revenues and incentives, I think would give us a better handle on sort of what's at stake here to start with. The second is a question, which is, when these policies, these enterprise zone systems were put together, I wasn't there when it happened. I wasn't in the room when those conversations took place, but I find myself wondering, did they have any idea that something of the scale that this industry has brought to Oregon, would be asked to fit into that box? And I wonder if we might index it differently if we knew then what we know now, and if this is an opportunity to revisit it, how might we look at it differently in terms of should it be one for one all the way? Might there be some sort of scaling factor that we might consider? I don't know, but these are thoughts that I have.
Business Oregon actually told us that data centers weren't involved in the discussion, especially for the long term rural enterprise zones, because but they do fit the exact model of the type of industries we were looking for. But the first groups that took advantage of that were food processors and the egg industry, and it really did drive for sure the program. But the question that, if you guys don't mind going back to the abated taxes, we abate taxes for a lot of different industries in Oregon. In fact, the governor just announced 2 new businesses that the taxes were abated for in the valley. We abate taxes for the semiconductor business industry. We do it for a lot of industries. So are we mad at the tax abatements, or are we mad at the data centers?
Very fair question. I think this is actually a question we can ask throughout, and maybe we should ask throughout, is as we revisit the idea of different policies in the area of the different resources that we've talked about. Is it something that is specific to data centers, or is it something that we want to be more uniform about across the industry?
I just threw it up for.
Yeah, and the other thing I'd add to that is just this overall question of are tax abatements needed to attract this business to the state? And we heard from Echo Northwest and UVA that is something they're looking at, is trying to figure out sort of the competitive landscape across states. But we don't have those answers right now. And I think generally it's going to be tough to get really clear answers. If I put my data center hat on and I'm looking to locate a new data center, what is my calculus? And when we have Oregon that already doesn't have a sales tax, that has a more mild year-round climate, great educated workforce, lots of fiber, et cetera, the things we've talked about before, do we need tax abatement for them to come here? And the second question being, if we decide we do, how much? Does it need to be the way it has been in the past? So I think these are kind of sticky issues that we need to pursue.
And I'd add, Gene, that one thing we have today that we didn't have when we first started as a state down this industry path was we have data center gravity. We have critical mass much more now than we had then. I think Steve Forrester from City of Prineville said it well, which was, I don't know if I'd make the same deal now that I made back then. I feel like that might be applicable across our state.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The last thing that I is on my list of kind of buckets of consideration are um, none of these areas operate in a vacuum. So what we do in terms of tax incentives, we would want to figure out some way to coordinate it with what we're doing in terms of energy infrastructure investment and water resource planning, and all these things interact. And again, we're coming back to what's becoming a bit of a mantra for me is who's got that? What is the kind of the focal point from the state to manage the state interests, to ensure that there is coordination between state agencies to see to it that these things are working together. At a minimum, we don't want them working against each other. At best, they're working in ignorance of each other, but not in each other's way. But at best, or the ideal scenario is that they're helping each other. That there are some synergies that we can do policy wise. That is the last kind of thought is let's not do any of these in a vacuum, especially the incentives side of things.
Good. Thank you, Mike. Any other thoughts, input on this particular one from anybody? How's your energy?
Well, I'd add one more just observation, which was one interesting aspect of that Minnesota story that we heard was the incentive that Minnesota did. They wanted to encourage data centers to locate there. And what they ended up doing was providing a sales tax exemption for data centers. And in that context, they also increased the energy taxes on the facility. And that seemed to work to everyone's approval. In that, and so I just I ask a question about Oregon, right? We don't have a sales tax. And so what is that? Is there anything that we can learn from that experience? If that is as important as it seems to be, for data centers.
Did the Echo Northwest study, did it give us any kind of level of what data centers are spending on the Oregon cat tax? Do we know what level they're spending that at? Is that equal to a sales tax, or is that lower or higher? Do we have any data on that?
It looks like everyone has the same blank face.
Yeah.
So we're going to say no.
It may be a question that I don't know who would answer that, Business Oregon or Revenue? Probably Revenue.
I don't think the data centers will want to answer it, is my hunch.
Well, yeah, as I said, it either be Business or Revenue.
Dan, you reminded me though that it's worth pointing out that our taxation approach to data centers does not touch it's the building shell, it's the land. It doesn't touch the innards, the server racks, which can account for a significant, if not a majority portion of the investment in that facility. And we also, because that's that if that infrastructure is coming in and out every 3, 5, 7 years, whatever it is, and if we were doing a sales tax, that would be the kind of thing that we would tax every recurring revenue, so to speak, for the state that we don't get. So that your comment did remind me of that.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious on what the portfolio of taxes are that they do pay that we really haven't looked at.
Okay. And that was something that they had, I think that Echo Northwest had even suggested if you wanted more information, those were the places to look. So you all need to make that choice pretty soon, whether you want more info on that. Okay. All right. Anything else? Margie, thoughts? Or is your microphone just open?
No, I'm just open.
Okay, good. You're always open. That's good. In a good way. Open to ideas, open to thoughts. All right. Okay, so then I was checking how's the energy because we're a little early now between now and the next one, which is the other issues that we did last Friday, the air quality, transparency, school funding, anything left over from the Echo Northwest study that you might want to talk about. So, do you want to take a little break right now, the post lunch break? Do you need that? Would that be good? Okay. So let's, what do you think, 7 to 10? Okay. Then let's resume at 1:45. Oops, just made myself blurry again. And we'll take off with the other issues at that point. So we'll see you back here at 1:45, everybody. Thank you. Let's resume the recording. Welcome back from that brief break. Appreciate everybody taking and giving the time to stretch just a little bit while we're doing this today online. And let us resume then. And any thoughts up to this point that anybody wants to mention that as you were wandering around you thought, oh, I wish I'd said this earlier? Is there anything like that sticking around in your heads?
Can I express intimidation at the task that is before us? Because until now, I thought, oh, like we got this. And then hearing this distilled version of our synthesis today, I'm thinking, oh, we've got a long way to go still.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
You
good.
know, can I add to that too, which is, well, if you think about it, the time that we've spent on various topics, we probably were most under time in incentives, and I don't think that means that that's where the least amount of work is. And so I'm not, I think we're just going to have challenges as we think about recommendations on some of these areas, just because we may not have all the information or the analytic capacity to answer some of the questions. So I throw that out there too.
Greg, that the Oregon does not publish its corporate activity tax and who pays the most or the least or what amounts. I don't know if
That's why we don't know.
Yeah. So that doesn't surprise me. Because it is taxpayer information. That's not all. I mean, it may be in a specific company's filing, for their shareholders, they would disclose taxes paid. I'm not sure, but it doesn't surprise me it's not reported publicly.
Yeah. And it's one of the large, it's a huge revenue generator for the state too.
Okay. We got Bill back. That's good. Okay. All right. So ready to continue for one last installment here, which is the other issues that we heard last Friday. Air quality. We included in this a couple things. So air quality, transparency, school funding, and if there's anything more from the Echo Northwest study that you want to talk about. And am I correct that, Greg, this got assigned to you?
Not to my knowledge.
Who took
I
this
think
one?
we can all jump in on this one, though.
Yeah, it
I
was
feel
just
like
it was just a few days ago, right? Just a few days ago. So let's start with the air quality component. Who would like to recap the air quality component? No one at this point of the day, right?
I mean, I can say a few things about this.
Okay.
In some ways, it's sort of related to the comments I made last Friday, which is that these, the data centers want to operate continuously, and which is understandable because when you want to get your email, you want access to your online files continuously. There could be functions like 911, like, the 911 services, et cetera. So there's all kinds of reasons that you would want a you don't want it to go down. So they have spent many millions of dollars to install thousands of diesel generators so that they can operate essentially if grid power goes down. And so we heard from the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, and hopefully that was of provided some comfort to people in that these facilities right now are permitted. They are limited in their operation to 100 hours a year. 50 hours of that year is for testing and sort of maintenance of operability. That amounts to like an hour every 2 weeks. But then in an exchange, I think with Dan, they said, well, it's probably more like 8 minutes. Like we operate them very little. And, and so it just sort of highlights this issue of huge amount of resources being put into maintaining backup power for these facilities. They don't want to operate them. We don't want them to operate them. The air pollution effects of these generators can be bad, but they basically vary in that with backup generation, you don't have to have the latest air pollution controls. There's a streamlining permitting process that says you can go through the permitting process faster if you commit to tier 4 compliant, which means generators, which means that they have modern pollution controls. But even beyond that, conversation with data centers shows that there are data centers that are using tier 4 compliant generators right now. Like they don't really have I don't think that they have a economic reason to do that. I think that they're doing that because um, they're trying to minimize the burden in the communities in which they operate. Having said that, they are not Tier 4 certified, is my understanding, which means that with a Tier 4 certification, it means not only do you have the modern pollution controls, but the machines cannot operate if the air pollution controls fail. And I think that that's not what they're looking for. They want something that operates and they want to have the pollution controls, but if the pollution controls fail, they still want to be able to operate because it would be an emergency situation. And so sort of operating in compliance with the permit, we got very little evidence of generators operating outside of their permit limitations. I think we have heard of 2 times. Both of them seemed, in the grand scheme of things, pretty minor as far as permit violations. That's what we've heard. So that's the permanent situation. If there were to be an emergency, then essentially they can operate. And when they operate, that's when you could have really significant localized air pollution impacts. We have not had that happen to our knowledge. That's not happened in Oregon. Complicating matters is, I think I made reference to some other states in which you have people bring in kind of the same exact generators that are installed, but they're on wheels. And they use them essentially in lieu of grid connection in others. This has happened in other states. And they're just really serious air pollution problems for the communities where they exist. In January, US EPA issued a revision in their turbine rules, which I'm concerned will make that more broadly available to people. And so I personally would love to see we should be asking ODEQ about this. But whether that's going to open the door to potential greater localized air pollution problems in Oregon. Overall, though, I just see it as kind of this lamentable situation in which we put a huge amount of resources into something that we don't want to use, they don't want to use, and they in fact don't use. And it would be great to have a better solution than that as a backup generation. That's my summary of, I don't know, feel free, but that's my off the cuff summary of where we are in backup generation.
I think that was a really good summary, Greg. The only thing that I would add, again, it's this nexus or the interplay between federal and state regulations. So while for a diesel generator, my understanding is that we're limited, or they are limited to 100 hours maximum operation for just normal operation and testing. Once there's an emergency, there's no cap on the number of hours. But there is this other cap, which is 100 tons per year of six major pollutants like NOx and SOx and particulate matter and stuff like that. And this is both a question and a comment. The question is, how many hours would you have to operate one of those diesel generators to hit or exceed that 100 tons per year of emissions? And then the second question or comment is, again, I'm concerned that the federal government has the ability to change that regulation as they have been doing around the country. And so therefore, does Oregon have any sort of safety net if that were to happen on a federal level that would allow us to keep those emissions below the 100 hours? And again, because I don't know the magnitude of how much is 100 hours of a certain kind of pollutant, I think that's just something we need to understand better. Maybe it's de minimis, but maybe it's not. And if you live right next to it, it probably isn't.
No, yeah, 100 tons is not de minimis. That's in statute. That doesn't mean that they won't figure out some way to bypass it because they don't seem to care much about what's written in the law these days. But it is.
They, just to clarify, you mean federal? Who's the they?
Federal.
That's
Federal
what I thought.
Clean Air
Okay,
Act says
yeah.
100 tons, you become a major source, and in a major source, you have a list of reporting and requirements. You have a much more rigorous pollution control set that must be installed. You have a whole bunch of other things. And so, including you have to go, well, anyway, I won't go into the detail, but the point is 100 tons we should be sparing our communities that.
Yeah. So there's more information needed there, and maybe there are some guardrails that as a state we can put on it in addition to in case the federal guardrails don't hold. And of course, at the end of the day, they're noisy. Even if they only operate for short periods of time, they do emit a lot of nasty stuff, and there are better options. So how can we incentivize battery backup, for example, that's much quieter and doesn't have emissions and so on?
Mm-hmm. Good.
Just to pick up from Jean's point, we're focused really on, when talking about diesel, focused for the right reasons on conventional pollutants, NOx, particulates. Footnote though, renewable natural gas has a real greenhouse gas benefit, and we should be factoring that into our considerations. Doesn't it make sense to be using drop-in fuel or renewable diesel where possible? Question, not statement. There may be cost or availability issues that we should know about. And then just Jean's point, we're talking about backup. We're not necessarily talking about diesel. How and when can batteries provide that necessary backup in conjunction with diesel batteries or even on their own, as some data centers seem to be suggesting. So I feel like still we heard a lot about it, but I don't think we answered questions about that. Most data centers are putting in diesel, so there's a reason for that, I suspect. Not useful to know more about when batteries can carry the load.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Good.
We talked about the federal state thing a couple of times, and I just wanted to share that as I probed earlier today, is there a way that we can consider the water quantity impacts on a kind of basin level so that we can see the cumulative effects together? For air quality, we have that, right? And it's encouraging to know that the national ambient air quality standards do look at the cumulative impacts and account for the cumulative impacts of diesel gensets and other emitters within sort of the air basin or the airshed level, and that I felt was important to point out. Where I find myself, headed in my thinking with backup generation is that, as I mentioned before, to the extent that the Power Act sandboxes costs, but also could sandbox benefits, like diesel gensets are that. they are something that benefits a data center in terms of reliability, but isn't set up in a way that benefits the grid. It just helps the data center specifically. And to the extent that we've talked about batteries a couple of times here, diesel gensets are like the worst case scenario. When the grid goes down, this is the only thing that keeps the facility running. But batteries could also serve that purpose to some extent, at least, and could provide benefits back to the grid during non-emergency operations. And that seems to me like something worth teasing out a little bit. Is there a way to provide the backup and reliability in ways that help data centers be not just good grid citizens, but to be great neighbors on the grid? That said, I think Portland General runs a distributed standby generation DSG program that we learned about. That program operates, runs diesel generators, when needed to keep the grid going. It also operates batteries that, when needed, can keep the grid going. So clearly, these things can operate in the same, if not similar, bucket. And if there's a better, cleaner, way to do that, I'd be excited about that.
Great, and I see some people that are participating online today that might be able to help you think about that in some comments that you might get from them after today. So glad they're
also,
here.
I just want to share
questions. Yeah, please, Mike.
I think probably many of us have seen videos around concerns of data centers and people walking around their neighborhoods, like showing like how loud these things are, and I think that it's worth noting that these diesel generators are not running these facilities in Oregon. We don't have any evidence. The 100, I think 100-hour, 100-ton limit is one where, like, Oregon actually, the permits that we issue in Oregon are actually below that, half of that. And even then, at that threshold, operators are using less than that to do their testing to keep these things running. And so, whatever the worst case scenario is for how diesel generators could might affect our communities, I don't think we're seeing that. At least we haven't seen any evidence that is happening in Oregon. I wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Thank
So
goodness.
It may not be happening now, and it sounds like there is opportunity for you all to say something about what you don't want to have happen, do want to have, don't want to have in the future as well. That's awesome. Okay, great. Thank you. Let's do the transparency issue now. Are you ready for transparency? I know you've been mentioning it a number of times today, but I think we called it out specifically for this one for other issues of transparency, the lack of and the need for transparency. Who would like to lead off on this one?
Maybe just an issue that goes into the category of, we're going to create this list of information we need. And for the most part, I think we could create a pretty good list of what we need. There are some areas where I feel like we'll be struggling. In the energy world, we use megawatts, megawatt hours, and for sizing the how much energy the data center is going to use. We don't really have a measure of flexibility at peak. I think power planners understand that quite in detail, but it's not something at least that I'm aware of that we're gathering from our data centers. I continue to say this is one of the most important pieces of this puzzle, and we don't really have a good measure. Oh, is it 20% flexible? Maybe it's that blunt a measure, but it is an area where there's not a good piece of data that we could gather and understand with clarity that this data center is going to be a lot more flexible than this data center. So I suspect there's a few of those. And again, an area for comment, au contraire, Bill, you should be gathering this piece of information, and that would be an easy way to compare flexibility at peak. So I'm interested in getting that kind of thing.
Great. And can you say more, just in case people aren't sure, when you say that it's the most important issue, Bill, What
Oh,
is it
yeah,
that's so important?
that may be hyperbole a little bit,
Well, but still, I
uh,
mean, what is it that makes it an important issue from your perspective and from others? Because others were nodding when you said that, right?
yeah,
So
well,
I think it just is important to understand.
yeah, we, you know, again, it's been said already today. We plan our system for its peak needs. If this data center is gobbling up power during the night when we have plenty of it, it's still an issue, especially if it's not coming from renewable sources, but it's not a big issue. If it's using a whole lot of power, when it's 114 out on a summer day, then that's a whole big issue that in terms of having a system that's reliable and operate as well as cost effective. It's very expensive to provide that juice during that 115-degree afternoon, and it makes our system shaky in terms of its reliability. So that's why that's so important. If that data center can turn down during that brief time, a little trickier in the winter when we might have a 3-day cold spell, a lot trickier. But during that pencil peak in the summer, that's something where getting to the expectation that a data center can provide some relief during that hot day is just seems really important. Whether it's the most important thing might be pushing it, but it's something that we're gonna want to know about these data centers before we site them.
Can I add one point to that, which is
Please.
at a time, if you pick a hypothetical day in which there is ample power available, having data centers on the system can actually be a benefit to other customers because what they're doing is they're not driving up that marginal price in a significant way, but they're spreading out the capital costs of the system. So that makes the capital investments um, that's going to ease the burden on everybody else. And so, this is a very, very fact-specific inquiry about what you're talking about, but addressing that peak load can be really important. And when data centers say, "Hey, we're helping to drive down costs," what they're referring to is their ability to spread capital costs among more people.
And so,
Thanks, Greg. A really important point that goes right next to the use of energy at that pencil peak.
right, and which all comes under the transparency part, right? Because that's we started with the transparency, and what I'm hearing you all saying is that in order really to plan and prepare and understand the system, there has to be transparency to understand when are they running, how are they running, and do they have that flexibility to make some changes. Yeah. Okay. Good. What else about transparency?
I have a couple of things that I took some notes on just over the course, just thinking through this over the course. So one of the things that's come to light and kind of going back through and retreading, I mentioned this earlier today, is that there's already a lot of information that's being reported to the state. So any, entity that has a short-term or a long-term enterprise zone agreement or a SIP agreement is reporting jobs and certain information to Business Oregon. The Oregon Department of Environmental Quality is collecting information relative to greenhouse gas emissions and water quality. Certain things are being reported to, or are knowable through Oregon Water Resources Department, through the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And so I was just curious, if we aggregate all of that information together, like what would we know and what would be the gaps in that data? Because I think from an efficiency perspective, we want the agencies that are in charge of, whatever regulatory slice of the pie that they have to be able to efficiently get that information. But then we're also hearing from the public, we don't know what we don't know. And you're hearing it from not just the public, but from members themselves. So it's like, do we have agencies report into a clearinghouse of information relative to data centers? Who owns that info? Like, what agency is kind of the agency that owns that information, given the fact that, different agencies have different missions, so it may or may not be appropriate. And so I was just curious, like, what's already being reported and kind of cataloging that in the preliminary findings report or getting that information as part of, our additional data collection through that preliminary findings report. And then, or are we asking data centers to dual report? They're reporting to Business Oregon on this, but they're also reporting over here for a longer list of things. And then I think that we as the committee really need to sit with, like, what are those metrics that we're most interested in understanding? And what is the best way from a governance perspective to ensure that we're collecting those metrics? Who reports? Who receives the information? Who's a third-party verifier of the information? And then kind of layering in the tools that already exist and identifying the gaps moving forward. The other thing that we have heard about from a couple of different people is just this idea of, going back to tax incentives, that Oregon should, I've heard a range of ideas about tax incentives. And so one of them is including additional performance metrics in long-term or short-term enterprise zone agreements for tax breaks for data centers, so that if data centers are going to get, local tax abatement, or maybe it's a separate system similar to like SIP agreements or something like that. I don't know what the regulatory or what the legal mechanism would be. But to say it's not just about creating jobs and having, an economic impact that the state has set, but it's also about clean air, clean water, utilization of the best available technologies to achieve those metrics. And if you do that, then the state will have, will invest in the project, if you will, or however you want to say that. You will be eligible for public dollars or tax abatement for your project. Or do we look at things, transparency and reporting as like, this is a have to. This is not something you get to do in exchange for investment, but we're requiring this moving forward of every single data center that wants to site in Oregon. And then we have to think about retroactivity. Are we requiring data centers to report, existing data centers to report, or are we applying that proactively, or what we talked about earlier today, as additional capital investments are being made at each of these facilities, say on a 5-year cycle, is that a trigger then to start reporting in? So I think, for me, like, I just, it'll be helpful to think about, to just know more about like what information and to look at what we're already collecting stacked on top of each other or like listed alongside, and then to understand like, okay, here's what's working, what's not working.
And what you
Because
need
I think like just to take this like one step further, like when I first started this, people will say there's no information, that information's not there. And then I was like, oh, well, then I learned, like, we're publishing the short-term and long-term enterprise zone agreements, and we're collecting data on this, and we're collecting data on that. And I'm not also sure, like, of that data collected, what is publicly available and not. The last thing I would say is, like, I hope for really good partnership and collaboration with the data centers themselves. As part of this body of work, we compiled a survey, sent that out to data centers, to ask them about energy use and water use and different things. And we received everything back from, here you go. Here's all of this information that you requested compiled in one place, to we would never release that information to you or to anyone. So I think that just contributes to a lack of understanding about what's happening in the state, which then leads to, because we can't understand it, we don't know what to do about it, so we're just going to shut it all down. And so that's where I would really challenge the industry itself to think proactively about transparency and reporting. Some of the data centers are doing this already. What would it look like to have consistent and efficient reporting? In addition to, from the public, like, what are those things that you care most about? What are the data gaps that you see and what should we be asking for and including in part of our recommendations to the governor that we start requiring reporting on. So sorry that was a bit of a Jackson Pollock around the topic of transparency, but thank you for allowing me to share the inside of my brain with the outside world.
Thank you for being willing to share the inside of your brain with the outside world. That's great. Okay. Yeah. And there may be all sorts of things that are reported in different places, but there doesn't seem to be a dashboard that pulls it all together that the public can access easily. So they have to look all over the place and learn as you have where you might look to find some of this information. I got a squeaky hose that somebody's using out front, so I'm going to turn my audio off. There's nothing. It's not a cow.
Notice that Greg came off mute.
Yeah, I appreciate everything you just said, Margie. I think it's all really thoughtful and helpful. And the one thing I would just say is from sort of trying to navigate the Business Oregon data, a lot of it does not seem to be submitted in a way that is very accessible at all. It sounds like you really need to go to someone at Business Oregon who has to do a really intensive search of the data to compile. Like if you just want to say, well, how many jobs have these agreements resulted in? Not at all an easy question for them to answer. So I think there's technically some submissions happening. It's just not in a way that's useful. And so that's just another aspect of it. It might be some of it's being reported somewhere, but it could be done in a different way that would be much more useful.
Good. Great. Okay. Anything more on transparency before I ask that same question about the school funding that I know you have already spoken some about, but I just want to double check whether there's more on that. So anything more on transparency? Let's move to
I guess the only other finer point I would say on that is I've heard from all the committee members, I think this is an area where we have unilateral alignment that is a key piece of a regulatory framework moving forward. I think we haven't figured out what it looks like yet, but that's what I've heard. So feel free to push back if I'm wrong, but just wanted to be super clear about that.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Dan came off camera. Dan's like,
Jean, you want to go?
No, I was just totally agree with what Margie just said. I think in every section that we've addressed today, separately, we've each put the concept of transparency and the kinds of information we need to actually make these good decisions. So 100%.
Good. Okay, good. All right, folks, let's move into the last one, which is the school funding. Is there any more information, any comments that you want to make about what you heard? We had follow-up at the last meeting. There were some questions raised at the meeting on tax incentives and revenues. So last time we had Vanessa come from the Department of Education. Anything more that you want to say about that you haven't already said?
I just wanted to note, so I think this is a really good example. This is a great example of how you've all heard me say this before, that we don't do this work alone. This is a really good example. This has come up a lot of different times, but Jody Weiser provided great testimony and then followed up. There were a couple of different comment letters that pointed out some clarifications for the record. That led to having Vanessa Clark from the State School Fund back. And I just wanted to note, we did ask Vanessa to go through the facilitator summary for the June meeting. And she did that and provided back to us clarifications that will go into that facilitator summary. She sent us that email on the 31st. So I just wanted to say thank you. This is a great example of people listening in diligently and catching things that were missing. So I really appreciate the assist.
Makes you trust the process, right? So it makes it trust so that once you all put your preliminary findings together and have questions, our people will actually provide you more information to help with that. Dan, anything that you want to say about transparency and or school funding? I'm just going to go around and ask each of you, just not putting you on warning now.
I think Margie really covered it. I think transparency needs to be defined. For one thing, it just hollering out you need to be transparent doesn't help. It's what you want to know, but also what the information drives is important. It's just like on the school funding. I think one of the areas we forget on these school fundings is that the school does not the county, even though we help, but it's the school district that has to do the collection of all of those monies, keep the records, keep the books, and distribute the funding. And so if every time we ask for something, we're putting a burden on somebody somewhere. Now, realistically, at the county or the LTRES level, those expenses can be negotiated into the contracts when we put them together with the developers. So the reality is there are avenues, but not for the school district. They don't have that same opportunity unless they work closely, like we do with Trish or Dr. Mooney on some of that stuff for reimbursement. But every time we ask for something, we need to understand there is an expense, whether it's on the developer, the county, the city, the school, whoever that is, for those administrative tasks. And all of those entities are already stretched, except for maybe the developer. So that's where those negotiations come from. And we say it really fast, but I don't want to minimize what can be negotiated outside of the school funding formulas. Things like the Think Big space here in Umatilla Moro and on the reservation, those kind of spaces, the school nurses, the care programs, those type of things mean a lot to a local school district, even though they may not mean a lot on a statewide basis. So I think finding a way to be clear with those probably doesn't mean a whole lot to the rest of the state, but it does mean a lot to groups like this and legislators and policymakers. But again, transparency obviously means one thing to all of us, and that is the view into, so we have vision of numbers, data, information, and projections. Transparency probably means something different to the guy on the street that just knows there's data centers in their county, and that he has a new road to drive on, or his power bill went down, or whatever. That transparency is different. So it's a tough subject. I know if you say it really fast and a whole lot of times, it's pretty understandable that people want to know things. But again, what does that mean? So I'll leave it at that.
Good. And I love that point that you were making of, and if people know why you want to know what you want to know, it will lead them to be giving you that information more readily, right? If they just think you want to find out all their secret stuff for no reason, expect prurient interest, then they might not be as willing and forthcoming. So clarifying what it is and why you want it. Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Totally agree with Dan. When things are complicated, we tend to move to slogans, and we need greater transparency. We need data centers to pay their fair share. Those kind of, maybe they're a starting place, but they're certainly not our endpoint. Now, we need data centers to pay their fair share, and the Power Act has done a lot to make sure that happens. On transparency, again, for us to develop our own transparency standard feels so awkward. It's where a model transparency standard for the nation would make so much sense. We don't need different information than Texas and Ohio need, really. If we're all doing our very best job here, it seems like, and maybe this is just wishful thinking, that we could have something, and maybe we have a couple things that are very Oregon specific that really matter to us, but to have a set standard for the kind of information that a lot of these data center companies are operating in a whole bunch of different states. Uniform transparency standards seem to make a ton of sense for me, and maybe they're not going to be available in our time frame, but I wish we could be there.
Can I add one other thing? Is when we say transparency, obviously we talk about the developer and the data centers, but one thing that comes to mind from today, just trying to find out from the state of Oregon what data centers pay for cat tax, it's not available information even from the state. And so sometimes transparency is broader and the umbrella covers more than just the obvious.
Good. Okay. More to come on all of this, I'm sure. All right. Anybody else before we move to the Oregon Voices component and hear a little bit about the public comments that we've received? And I think Margie's willing and ready to do that.
Two thoughts. One, Dan, I'm glad you raised the point about, any kind of transparency reporting disclosure introduces a burden onto someone somewhere to do that work. And the flip side, I think, is also something we've talked about a little bit at Revisit, which is there's also a responsibility and a resource that'll need to be, or a function that will need to be resourced for whoever's taking that in to turn that data into information that's presentable, accessible, et cetera. I think we've heard a couple of examples of, state programs, well-intentioned, useful maybe in the beginning, that may have turned into something that is no longer what originally envisioned. We don't want to create a function that ends up outliving its usefulness, let's say, and remaining a burden. At the same time, I think, Bill, to your point, what we recommend is going to be a first pass at best. I think there's going to be some information that we might ask for, collect, look at, analyze, and realize there really isn't. It isn't worth it. Whatever we're asking for is not a significant contributor to something that we thought it might be, but we didn't know until we got to look at it. There may be other stuff that we didn't ask for the first time around that we become aware of, and so this is a moving target. This industry is moving fast. We are catching up. I hope, Bill, that something like a uniform reporting framework emerges. Maybe we help to shape that. But someone's got to go first, and I don't think we should shy away from that responsibility. But at the same time, we need to be, aware that, just because we get started in a certain way, we have to stick to that. We should be constantly iterating on this because it's a dynamic sector and a dynamic moment. And last but not least, since we're going to have to resource the intake function of this, I don't think that it makes any sense to do it any other way than to have the industry that we're trying to address and manage and make into good citizens, make that happen. So from a resourcing perspective, I would just go ahead and volunteer that. That seems to be part of the answer, I think.
Just as listening to everyone say, and I appreciate everyone, Dan's comments, Michael's comments, Margie's, I appreciate everyone's comments, but it also occurs to me that we may actually want to make another distinction in transparency. One is there might be a set of data that's relevant for the legislature in figuring out incentives that might not be publicly available and annually reported. And then there might be a second transparency aspect that's just sort of on an ongoing basis, which I would think would include things like energy consumption and water use. So I don't know, something to think about. Um,
Yeah, it's a great point.
Super. Okay. All right, looking around at your faces. I think we're ready to move to the next one. All great conversation that you all are having. Thank you for sticking with it, and I'm sure people are happy to hear you all talking for the first time like this in 6 or 7 months. So good job. So now we're going to move to what we called throughout the process the Oregon Voices, that included not just people from around the state coming and doing some presentations on different things, but also the public comment, both at the meetings and in writing. And Margie, I think I'm turning this to you to address this issue. So thank you for doing that.
You're welcome. First, I want to say thank you so much to Michael Clues. Michael is a graduate of the Rare AmeriCorps program and current employee of Y East Resource Development, and has been one of the support staff that we've been working with. And his job was to read every single email that has come through on the email and go through all of those and make sure that the committee has access to every single email that has come in. So there were 672 individual email records, and after sorting out repeated emails, or emails that were really focused on meeting logistics and not on providing substantive comments to the committee, that narrowed down to 525 substantive public comments that he analyzed. And of those, about 7 in 10 comments are really close copies of one of 6 form letters or calls to action that were created. Another 31 comments are the same person maybe potentially accidentally sending the same letter twice. So we counted those, one time only. And then 120 comments, or 22% of the comments, were written independently and to provide their comments as well. All of those matter, and all of those are absolutely valid forms of communication. And we consider every comment, whether it's based on a form letter or whether it's individually compiled. So there's no difference in value there. But just wanted to note that. Comments were heavily concentrated from the Portland metro area and not in counties that host data center development outside of Washington County. So the majority of the comments came from Multnomah, Washington, and Clackamas counties. Those account for roughly 6 in 10 of all the comments that we've received. Morrow and Crook County, as well as the Boardman, Hermiston, and Prineville areas. We did not receive comments from those areas. At least I know we had people come to public meetings and provide testimony from those areas. So again, I'm focusing just on the written comments. We did receive comments from those areas in our public meetings. Energy was 38.7% of comments, almost 40%. And affordability and taxation were a close second at 35%. So those were really the largest components. The other thing I wanted to point out is that the comments run strongly against continued or expanded data center development in Oregon. So 90% of the comments that we have received opposed data center development, continued data center development, we did receive 2 written comments that are in support of data center development. So there were letters in support. They were just significantly fewer than the ones who were calling for a moratorium. So the other thing that Michael put together is a document that outlines the process that he used for cataloging public comments and providing that information to the committee. So those process pieces will also be included probably as addenda in the preliminary findings report, just so people can see how he compiled this information and provided it to the committee. And then we as a committee also have access to those individual letters and can see them. So I've been making my way through reading them, and other members can do the same if you haven't started that already. But that's the recap that I have to date. So happy to take any questions that folks have.
And just to remind me, Margie, the verbal or online, like what is the from our long form listening sessions where people come on to our meetings, we're still trying to figure out how to like organize and synthesize all that too, right?
Yeah, we have the transcripts from those. We have, as a committee, great facilitation support, but limited, limited. Like, we don't have a huge budget. We don't have a $500,000 like budget. So we do have the transcripts of those, and we're in the process of trying to figure out how do you break apart and categorize like the comments that were presented to us so that we can report out on like what percentage of people were commenting on these different things, and that can be reflected in the report itself. So
and that's like 10 hours of verbal testimony or comment, right?
Almost.
There's a big chunk that we have to get through. So just wanted to remind myself of that. Thanks.
And this has been a Herculean task to date, a necessary and appropriate, but also a Herculean task. So I'm super grateful for the support.
I think I can't thank the whole team enough, especially Michael, but that if you go to your box and go through all the information that's in there, how it's categorized and well cataloged, I think it's an easy reference tool. Hopefully it never goes away because I'm not going to delete it, but it is great information.
Yeah. And it's just reflective of the people that have been participating and leaning into this process. So for those of you that have provided written comments and helped shape how we're thinking about this, we really appreciate it.
Yeah. There are so many. And
do you think it's worth, I think worth saying, I know it's 2:40, so I don't know how many people we have left, but I do think it's worth noting, we did receive a significant portion of the comments asking us to consider a moratorium. And I know we've said this a number of different times, but some people are tuning in and tuning out and tuning in and tuning out, which I totally get. It's a lot of hours to kind of come on the whole journey with us. When that started to we started to receive a lot of public comments about that. We went back to the original charge that we received from the governor and reviewed that charge. And the charge really says, tell us if we're like, not if, it says, how should we do this kind of economic development in Oregon while being good stewards of our natural resources? It did not ask us to consider whether or not to implement a moratorium. As we've seen local jurisdictions, that is a decision that is up to policymakers that are governing these different jurisdictions, but that is not part of our charge as a committee. And so if you're wondering why we've heard overwhelmingly about a moratorium but aren't considering that here, that is why. It doesn't mean that that's not going to happen. It's just that we are trying to do the best job that we can as a committee, staying true to our initial charge from the governor and fulfill that mission.
Excellent. Good. Okay. Thank you for reminding everyone about that, Margie, for sure. Okay, anything else that was standing out to other committee members as you either watched or listened to public comments along the way that Margie has already touched on or hasn't touched on? That's something that you heard that you thought, I want to make sure that I highlight that. I think Michael's report to you all that we will, as Margie said, make sure it's appended to the report.
Don, I just wanted to express my great appreciation for all of the input that we've received, both at the half-hour listening sessions at the end of each of our sessions, as well as the multi-hour listening sessions, and then all the written comments. I mean, we're here to try and do the best for the state, and we can't do it in isolation. So all of these comments are very appreciated.
Great. Yeah.
I would echo that. I absolutely appreciate it. And there are definitely people who are tuned in right now, who've been tuned in, I think, to every session. So I think that's really just a terrific thing. When I hear the concerns raised, what I hear what I think is that the data centers are at risk, or in some cases may have lost their social license. And that social license is really an important concept. It's one we don't talk about quite as much explicitly as maybe we should. But essentially just says, are you doing what you need to be a good member of society and have people support your activities? And when we see, so things like pollution standards and other things just being thrown away and steamrolled to get these forward, there's going to naturally be a deep concern. And I think this can be a part of the effort to restore a social license in which people can feel okay about operation of infrastructure that is both important but also uses a lot of resources.
Good. And I just want to note, as we wrap this up today, that written comments are still being accepted by the committee. They will pause looking at them at the end of the day on Friday so that they can go into working on writing their preliminary findings. Public comment will still be open. They just won't be looking at it until they release their preliminary findings. So I just want to let you all know that if you want to get something in that's going to affect the preliminary findings, do it sooner than later. If you just want them to hear something sometime between the preliminary findings and their final report, those kind of longer, thoughtful comments, you can wait. They don't have to be in by Friday. I just want to let you know that. So there's more on that. Okay, and send those things to the datacenter.ac@oregon.gov. I think Colby has added that into the into the comments at the side, and maybe she could do that again for us just so you all can see it one more time if you haven't seen it already. Thank you very much. And then there's going to be another public listening session, the third one after the committee releases its preliminary finding report, which should be, the plan right now is the first or second week of September. So there'll be a 30-day public comment period for comments on that, and that 3-hour on September 23rd from 4 to 6 p.m. Okay, so just want to, did I say 4 to 6? Whoa, 4 to 7. Sorry. At least I finally heard myself. I actually was listening to myself. For that one, we are not including a required registration that we mistakenly did last time. This time we learned and figured out how to turn it off before we even scheduled the whole thing. So our apologies about that for people in the past. There is, I think there's a limitation on our webinars it's either 350 or 500. So just want to let you all know that. First come, first served. Okay. Any final things that you want to talk about here?
I'll share that I have learned a great deal over the last several months, both new things that I didn't know before, discovering things that I thought might be true that turn out not to be true, and also learning some things that I thought not to be true to actually, in case turn out to be true. I found myself proven wrong at many points, and I found myself saying "aha" at other junctures, and this has been, maybe the most interdisciplinary, exercise I've ever participated in. We have gone down so many different rabbit holes. I think we all, are challenged to connect the dots between them as well, but we're doing the best we can. I'll say, to my fellow committee members, when we started this journey, I think Margie and I both, recruited you, saying something like, "This will be easy. This will be fun. It'll be so simple."
I never said that.
And I apologize because this has been none of those things, but I can say with satisfaction that I think we're doing something meaningful. This is not an exercise. This is something that will very much be a contribution to our state of knowledge and our state of affairs. So thank you for sticking with us, everyone here. It's a good sign that you've gotten good at something when a 3-hour meeting sounds like, oh, that'll be a short and easy one. The public listening session that's coming up. So it's been a long day today, but we've all hung in there and we've all helped each other and continue to move this forward. So thank you.
I'll offer up Tim Miller has been missing from our conversation today, and I think we all bring something different to this puzzle. And we've missed him, but I look forward to getting his input on the many questions we brought up today. And maybe in homage to him, I'll quote just something he said at the last meeting, and it was a very simple if-then statement. And I love whenever we can simplify this, and it's something like this: if data centers need to offer a compelling case for making Oregon better. And we've talked a lot about ways that data centers can do that. They can modernize a grid that badly needs modernizing. They can drive costs down by using a bunch of energy when we have a bunch of energy, not during the peak, but at times when we have a bunch of energy. They can bring real community benefits to communities that badly need them, especially rural communities in Oregon. So there's all those ways that they can have a compelling case for making Oregon better. They have to do that. And if they can do that, then this is the then we need a speedy and clear way to permit them and bring them to Oregon. That to me feels like the job we're about here. They have to do this and if they can't do the if, then there shouldn't be a speedy and clear, but they can, if structured right, bring those kind of benefits to Oregon. What does a speedy and clear process look like? That's for us to decide. So anyway, thanks to Tim for that. I may have misquoted him slightly, but I do remember him ending the meeting last time with that.
And we're assigning Tim the job of writing the next draft, right?
I'm sure he's already working on it, so he'll have that well underway.
Thanks, Tim.
Right, for sure. Okay, should we go around? We've already started that circle around. Dan, closing comments that you want to make today?
I agree with everybody that it's been I think today's been fruitful. I think if our goal today was to come up with questions to establish what we learned and what that meant in a questioning mode, then I think today was a success without a doubt. I think that we swerved into kind of by popular demand, I guess, into the discussion of moratoriums and pauses. That as any of these kind of committees, that's probably a little bit of a challenge for me to get to there yet. But then I live in a different world than each of you, which I think is why we're together. So I actually consider that a win too. I think that as we turn these questions and findings into recommendations, each step gets a little harder, a little more challenging. And I think that what we come up with is going to be I'm going to say, modifiable, malleable, flexible, because the one thing that's been constant through this whole process is nothing's been constant. We've learned something new every meeting. It doesn't matter whether the headlines are true or false or provable or unprovable. Somebody brings something different to the highlighted above the fold portion of the paper, and it seems like it starts the investigation at our end all over again. It's like we never run out of quarters putting them in the machine, because the machine keeps coming back and letting us ride the horse for a little bit longer. So thanks to everybody.
I do have to
And
say,
you brought back some fond memories of childhoods on little riding horses.
I wanted to just dovetail on Wes' closing comment, and just to dovetail on what Dan has said. We've talked a lot about the public process, and I would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the incredible investigative journalism that is happening in our state right now. It makes me really proud to be an Oregonian, and I have learned a lot from reporters who are covering these stories, and it has helped me rethink or inquire, or I, like Dan's just said, I learned things that I didn't know before. So I just want to acknowledge the incredible body of work that those of you in the journalism community are compiling on our behalf and for the benefit of the public as well. It's been really incredible.
Good. Thank you, Margie. Jean, I think you're the last commenter here.
I already shared my thanks to everybody who's been participating. I really don't have anything else to add.
Okay, great. And I'm going to just loop on to what you just said, Margie. As your facilitator, at the beginning we had a choice of how were we going to go about doing this work. And what we realized at the start was there were so many competing reports that journalists had been doing that we didn't know, nobody knew enough to say anything about anything. And, fortunately, this is a group of people who are able to be interdisciplinary, really got into this whole notion of how can we learn as much as we can about the different issues the governor asked us to address. And then we're supported by really terrific media. And so thank you for being here to help us with these issues as we've gone along, to find more information and to query and to understand what the public has been doing and saying about all of this. So I want to thank everybody. I really want to thank the committee. You all have volunteered to be here every single time. Other people have volunteered, but they've got their cameras off and they can be doing whatever they want in the background. You all have had to either be in the room, on your camera, all day, every day that we've been meeting. And so thank you for volunteering your time and doing such a service for the state of Oregon. I look forward to seeing what you have in your report as you move forward and working with you however we can to help you do that. But I thank you all. And the governor, even, for having convened you all to have a conversation. I've had a number of calls from other states who were entering into or thinking of convening conversations like this. All of them were impressed that Oregon had started to do this in a way that was as thoughtful as you all have done it. So congratulations on a job well done so far. There's still more to go. I want to encourage you to keep it up. Keep it up, people. Keep going with your energy and your enthusiasm and your curiosity. Really, really have appreciated that. So, Margie, Mike, is there anything more that either of you want to say? Or is our work here today done?
Work here today is done, but there's work ahead of us to do. So let's get to it.
All right. Great. Okay, everyone, thank you very much. With that, I will turn off the recording and end the meeting and say thank you all so very, very much. For those of you fighting with fires or fighting with firefighters, yeah, wildfires is what I meant to say. We wish you the best and good luck and peace to everybody. Take care, everyone.
Thanks all.
Bye.